Let's begin with a blessing. Since it's a Eis Ratzon, it's an auspicious time and a spiritually charged time. There was once a Farbrengen that the Rebbe conducted on the Yartzeit of the Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya. It was Chavnala Tevis, the 24th of Tevis. It was the 150th Yartzeit, Tovshin Chav Gimmel, 1963. So the Rebbe came down to Farbrengen at the time of the passing of the Alter Rebbe, because it's a Tzedek, his grandson, writes the exact time. It's like 10:20, 10:25, Mitzvah Shabbos, Parsha Shmois, Chavnala Tevis. So he came down at that time, and he began the Farbrengen then, that when Jews come together on the Yartzeit, on the Yom Hilula of a Tzaddik, of a Rebbe, of a Manig Yisrael, of a holy man, of a holy Jew, they come together. So that's essentially a kvittel. It's like a pidyon nefesh that they're writing to the Baal HaIlula, to the Baal HaYartzeit, just by coming together to strengthen each other, to inspire each other, to uplift each other. And at that time, it says on the day of the Yartzeit, the Baal HaIlula, the person whose Yartzeit it is Ma'ir Rachamim, arouses compassion on the entire generation of Jews, on the entire world. But there's a special Isairis Rachamim, a special arousal of compassion for people who participate and write this pidyon nefesh through coming together and opening themselves up to become channels for the holy energy that Hashem puts into the world on the day of a Yartzeit. The Alter Rebbe, the Balatanya, writes in Tanya in Igeres HaKodesh that why do we commemorate a Yartzeit by Jews? What's the idea? So he says that every person has a mission. Every soul has a shlichus. No soul is here just, it was bored, it didn't have what to do. You don't come to this world because you're bored. If you're bored, you could stay in other places. This world, nobody went to Normandy in 1944 because they were bored. You're bored, you go to someplace. They went because they had a mission. No soul comes to this world. It's not for the soft-hearted. They play hardball in this world, not softball. Softball is in other worlds, and this world is hardball. So a soul comes here because it has a mission, it has a shlichus. And it's charged with a mission, and the soul knows the mission. The brain doesn't always know the mission, the body doesn't always know the mission, but the soul knows its mission, and the soul directs us towards that mission. That's how it is in life. And even the things that look like obstacles and setbacks and mistakes and errors and bad luck, and never mind some real negative stuff, it's taka negative, but from the soul's perspective, it's part of navigating its path to fulfill its mission. Right? That was the profound brilliance of what Yosef understood when he told his brothers, you didn't sell me. God sent me. He didn't know that they sold him. Of course he knew they sold him. But he understood very well that his brothers were a little part of the experience. They did what they thought they needed to do, and it was a mistake. Ultimately, they learned it was a mistake. But there was a bigger picture that they couldn't be aware of, and even he couldn't be aware of, but his soul was aware of it. When a person finishes writing their book, writing their autobiography by living, when their soul finishes the shlichus, so the Alter Rebbe says, Kol Ma'asav v'teirasai v'avodasai asher avad by kol yemei chayav, all the person's actions, and all the Torah that they taught and they gave the world, and all the avodah, all the service of Hashem, and all the light they brought into the world is complete. It's culminated. And it shines in the world in a very unique way, dafka on that day. And he says, Poyel Yeshua's B'kerev Haaretz. It's like when somebody finishes a long novel, a long book, and the whole story comes together. The last moments of life, everything comes together, and there's an explosion of the light of that tzaddik in the world. And every day on the Yartzeit, that light is revealed and manifested in the world. And everyone who opens themselves up to it can channel that light. The light that the Rebbe brought to the world and still brings to the world was the light of Avos Hashem, Avos HaTorah, and Avos Yisrael. And as he said in his first Farbrengen when he became a Rebbe, that the three loves are really one. As he's put it then, this was Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. Yud Shvat is the Yartzeit of the Rebbe Rayatz, the sixth Rebbe of Chabad. 1951, the Rebbe's first Farbrengen. He said there's three loves. There's love of Hashem, there's love of Torah, and there's love of the Jew. And they're all one, meaning there's no such a thing, I love God and I hate Jews. Don't tell me you love me and you hate my children. It doesn't work that way. If you love God, you love his children. And if you love Torah, you love the Jew. And if you love Torah, you love God. It said they're all interconnected and intertwined. So Avos Hashem, Avos Torah, and Avos Yisrael are kol echad. They're all one. One leads to the other. One is born from the other. One comes from the other. And they're all interconnected. Because really, at the core is one love. It's a love of achdus. It's a love of truth. It's a love of authenticity. And this is manifested in a manifested way in the world. And when did the Jewish people ever need more? Heaven knows how much we can use Avos Yisrael, Avos Hashem, Avos HaTorah, and the healing and the light that comes with this love. So when people come together, when Jews come together from different walks of life and come together to commemorate such a moment with achdus, with unity and with love and with humility and with authenticity, the gates of heaven open. Because the tzaddik is ma'ir rachem and rabbim on a whole generation, especially our brothers and sisters in the Holy Land. So I'll also use the opportunity that we're sitting here on the 30th Yartzeit of the Rebbe, that it should be a day and a moment to channel for everybody Hashem's bracha and atzlacha and everything that you want and everything that you need. Hashem should fulfill all of your heart's desires materially and spiritually. Everybody should be able to find the Yeshua, the salvations that they're searching for in terms of healing physically, spiritually, in terms of yourself, your loved ones, your children. And it should be b'toiv hanidav ha'nigla in a revealed and manifested way. There's a lot of pain and there's a lot of suffering and there's a lot of anxiety. And Hashem should help in the schus of the Baalei Lula and this Eiris Rachem and Rabbim of the Baalei Lula, of the Baalei Yartzeit, to open up all of the gates that everybody, one of us, should be able to connect with our deepest and most truest energy, with our deepest and most truest light, with our profoundest power beyond all the darkness and beyond all the obstacles. That place of Yisrael, Eiraisa v'Kutchebrichu Kul Echad, where there's an infinite flow of endless light and endless love, and we should all be able to open ourselves up to it tonight, and it should be able to carry us throughout the whole year and bring and produce in everybody's home and in everybody's life bracha and atzlacha ad b'lidai, with menuchas hanefesh, with menuchas haguf, with health, with happiness, with prosperity, with nachas, for all those who are physically here, for all those who are virtually here, for all those who will be here, and for all of the Jewish people, especially in our Holy Land, for our soldiers, for our hostages, for their families, for all of the wounded, for all of Klal Yisrael, Acheinu v'Acheseinu b'nei Yisrael, especially in Eretz Yisrael, and around the whole world, that we should all be able to see, we should be able to see Psuras Toivus and Yeshuas v'Nechamas and the Dan Notzach, a complete victory, and all of the darkness should be transformed into light, and all of the obstacles should be transformed into opportunities, and everybody in their individual life should be able to glean from the incredible light that the Rebbe tried to embody throughout his entire life and brought to the world through his bittul to Hashem, through his complete selfless dedication to Hashem and his mission. We should all be able to tap into it and go home better people, better Jews, more authentic Jews, more loving Jews, and radiate this light to our environment and to the whole world. And the Rebbe's deepest wish was always to be able to b'shuvcha l'tziyim b'rachamim. Amen. Ken Yartzeit l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Get involved a little bit. You can join along. I don't need you to be spectators. Shawas rachamim oy melefanecha Yashawas. I want to take this moment. People are going through a lot. Everybody, you could take these moments, a very special time. There's a unique light in the world. The Eid of the Rebbe was unbelievable Eid, still an unbelievable Eid. You see, 30 years later, about Moshe Rabbeinu, he was 120, was state, like Kasa Einai, yeah, 30 years later, like Kasa Einai, the light of the Rebbe grows stronger and stronger. Mazari b'chayim afu b'chayim. And the reason is because it wasn't a personal light. It's the light of Knesset Yisrael. It's the light of the Geula. It's the light of the Jewish people. It's the light of Hashem. Whenever you have a tzaddik who taps into that light, it's infinite and it's endless because it's not personal. It's not about the person. So I want to ask everybody to take these moments. You can close your eyes if you want and think about something that you need to accomplish in your life, a special bracha that you need in your life, a special Yeshua you need in your life, a special breakthrough that you need in your life, maybe more than one. And meditate on it, internalize, and ask the Rebbe to daven together with you, to Hashem, to be able to open up the barriers and to bless all of us in what we need. So I'm going to, as you continue the song, everybody take the moment and think about something that you need to accomplish, that you want to accomplish, that you need Simcha Peiretz Geder, you need to make an ufaratzta. Breach through the barriers, the gates, break open the gates. Tehei Hashem Zois. Zois Shas Rachamim V'yev Milfanei Yashua Zois Shas Rachamim V'yev Milfanei Yashua Zois Shas Rachamim V'yev Oy Milfanei Yashua Shas Rachamim V'yev bam 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 bam. Da 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 da. Da ye ba ye ba ye ba ye ba. Bam 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 bam. I mail for Narach. Hey, Yasho Azois, Shas Rachamim, daven for the Kinder. Hey, Yartzeit, I mail for Narach. Hey, Yasho Azois, Shas Rachamim, it's a time you could daven for your children. Daven for your children. Mention your children, their mother's name. There were people in the 1950s and 60s and 70s when Soviet Jewry was still locked up behind the Iron Curtain. And people would often write to the Rebbe what they can do to help the Jews in Russia, because they were completely in a different continent across the ocean. There was no real way to help in a concrete way. And the Rebbe wrote to a few people I saw in letters something that at the surface could seem a little abstract, but it's really anything but abstract. And he said, the Gemara says in Yerushalmi, Maseches Nedarim, and it's a big foundation in Chassidus, that the Jewish people are one body, one cohesive, integrated body. Every person has a different function in the body, just like in a physical body. We're made up of trillions and trillions of cells, and each cell has its unique function. We have so many different limbs and organs and bones, and each one has its unique function, but nonetheless, it doesn't take away from the fact that, like in the menorah, you had 7 branches, and you had many different parts of the menorah. You had the flowers, and you had the buttons, and you had the goblets, and you had Yurecha, you had the base of the menorah, and the top of the menorah, but it was all miksha achazov. It was all hammered out of one piece of gold. And it says in Likutei Torah, the Baal HaTanya says that this is it's a metaphor for Knesset Yisrael. Miksha achas. If you go to the source, it's one indivisible entity. It branches out into many different persons, many different souls, many different roles, many different functions. And we have to understand both. On one hand, you're an individual, and you need to be an individual. If you're going to be me, who's going to be you? And if I'm going to be you, who's going to be me? Right? If you're going to be your wife, who's going to be your wife? Tell this to her. And if she's going to be you, who's going to be her? Not good. You're going to remain lonely. I'm telling you something very deep now. It sounds funny, but it's not so funny. Marriage is to extricate people from loneliness. The only way you could be not lonely is if you have another person. If you have a copy of yourself, you're still lonely. People want other people to be just like them. Then you were lonely. What takes us out of loneliness is the gift of otherness. Verstehst? So everyone is unique, but it's miksha achas. And that's what allows you to be unique. You don't have to be afraid. We're only afraid of individuation if at the core you might find fragmentation. But if at the core you're going to find miksha, you don't have to be afraid of individuality. That's why the Rebbe was least afraid of individuality. Sometimes rabbis, spiritual leaders are a little afraid of individuality, right? You know that. What's going to happen, if people are too individual? They're going to run away. The Rebbe was the opposite. He didn't like when people, the Rebbe was a very tolerant person, but he couldn't tolerate 2 things. When people don't care, and when people don't maximize their potential. When people don't maximize their potential, when you're not shining, the world is missing something. Since we know that everything is miksha, we're not afraid. Shine with your whole light. It's all part of oneness. The real light never goes away from the source. That's what light is. It transmits the source. It doesn't go away from the source. So the Jewish people are miksha. And when you're really miksha, you could be also really different. If not, I'm afraid of my differences. Like in a marriage, when are you afraid of spilling the beans of how different you are? Only if you don't know that you're one. If you know that you're one, you're not afraid of being you. You're afraid of being you if the you is somehow going to create a conflict that is unresolvable. But if the you is just going to bring out a deeper unity, you're never afraid of that. So this is also true with the Jewish people. So the Rebbe told them, you want to help the Russian Jews, remember, when exercise, if you strengthen one limb, all the limbs get strengthened. If you really strengthen one limb, it's not a selfish thing. The entire body is healthier. The circulation in the entire body is affected. So he said, don't think you can't help the Jews in the Soviet Union. If you become really more Jewish, if you become more in touch with your soul, if your blood circulation, your spiritual circulation is increased, every limb will feel it, consciously or unconsciously. And this was a way of telling people, don't think, the buck always stops here. It's also, you see it very much in parenting and education. People are always trying to find out how they change their children. You don't change your children. The only person you change is yourself. That's the only person you change. When you're a changed person, you inspire your children. You radiate light, and automatically they pick it up. People think that they'll change the world by changing others. The only real change that happens is internal. When your light is fully manifested, it radiates. People feel it by osmosis. And that's the only place I really want to focus on. And it's always the hardest place, because I want to change you. Why should I change me? But that's really where it's at. It's at Avodah Pnimis. When you open up your heart, then your words go into other people's hearts. Rabbi Tam writes in Sefer Hayashah, Dvarim hayotzim min halev nechlasim al halev. Words that come from the heart go into the heart. Why? Simply, words that come from the mouth, not from the heart. So they barely go into the ears. But Dvarim hayotzim min halev, the hearts are connected. So if it's coming from my heart, your heart responds. I don't have to work on it. Kamayim apanim lepanim. Hearts are connected. The strings of the hearts are connected. So you see parents, educators who are truly alive, they create change within themselves. It radiates automatically by osmosis. And that's what real achdus, that's what unity looks like. We're living today in a time that Jewish people are all over the world, and some of our brothers and sisters are suffering in ways that are indescribable. And I'm speaking particularly about the hostages in Gaza. Who knows what's going on right now as I speak, Gimmel Tammuz, Tavshin Beidal, with these hostages? So we could sit and Farbrengen and say nice things, but these are our brothers, these are our sisters. And you're talking about even babies, little babies. Rachmana litzlan. May God protect them and preserve them and destroy the enemy. But we have to know this, that this is a time, the Rebbe, his whole life, he felt the heartbeat of Klal Yisrael. He never took his finger off the pulse of the Jewish people. Constantly, 24/7. I worked, for the last few years, I had the privilege of being one of the chayzrim, one of the oral scribes of the Rebbe, writing the sichos of Shabbos. That's correct. And the Rebbe would Farbrengen on Shabbos, Yom Tov. There was no tape recorder. And everything had to be memorized. And the Rebbe didn't give a sermon like rabbis for 20 minutes. And half the time was a joke, and then another joke, and then a story, and then another story. So it's not so hard to remember. Usually the jokes you know already, and the stories you heard already, so it's fine. There were no jokes. It was barely a joke, and there were not many stories. These were long Farbrengens that can go between 2 hours and 8 hours, without exaggeration. And each sikha, each talk, could be from a half an hour to an hour and a half. And it was chidushim and Torah. It was nigla and chassidus and kabbalah and machshava and pilpul and Rambam and Zoyar and Musar and avodah. it was an all pshat, remes, drush, sont, and it all had to be remembered. So there was a group of chayzrim that were dedicated to remembering and transcribing throughout the week. So the last few years of the Rebbe, I had the schus to be in that group. So Mitzvah Shabbos, I couldn't go to sleep because I had to write. Usually Sunday, I couldn't go to sleep. Sunday night, I couldn't go to sleep. So I would sometimes come down Mitzvah Shabbos, 3, 4, 5 in the morning to get a few hours of sleep. And I would go by the Rebbe Eastern Parkway. Even Eastern Parkway was quiet then. 3:30, 4 in the morning, even Eastern Parkway was quiet. A car would come once in a while. Monsey's always quiet, at least until the last few years. But Eastern Parkway is Eastern Parkway. It's a Rishus HaRabbim. But even then, it slowed down. And I would look at the Rebbe's room, and I saw his light was still on. His light was on. He lived in his room. The last few years, he was in his room. The light was on. And then it would go off. I thought, he went to sleep for 20 minutes, and then it went back on. He slept for 20 minutes at 4 in the morning. And what was he doing? In this room, it was a neshama that thought about every Jew in the world. Every Jew in the world. Because the brain, a Rebbe is Rosh B'nai Yisrael. A brain, how do you know when someone is a Rosh? How do you know when somebody is a brain? How do you know when somebody is a Nasi, a Rosh B'nai Yisrael? How do you know? There's no such a thing as the brain tells the pinky, I don't have time for you. I don't have patience for you. You're too small. In the big scheme of things, you're too small. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, you can amputate yourself and move to another community. If you say that, you're not the brain. The brain takes responsibility for every limb, for every organ, for every bone, for all the tissue, for every nook and cranny, the tiniest nuanced detail in the body is the domain of the brain. It's in the brain, and the brain takes responsibility for it. There's no such a thing, the brain goes to sleep. 24/7, it's a pellet. The brain monitors and is there to be able to deal with every part of the body. That's what a Rosh B'nai Yisrael is. So the Rebbe told these Jews, don't think you can't do anything for Soviet Jews. I want to say today, as we're here today, we want to really connect to all our brothers and sisters. And those who may find themselves in places that it's hard to even imagine where they are and what situation they are. But if we're really one body, we're one body. So we could send them right now love. And we could send them support. And we could send them energy. And even though consciously most of us can't feel that, but the truth is the truth. If all the souls are one and connected, when you strengthen one part, it strengthens all the parts. And the greatest tragedy for a person in a difficult situation is that they're alone. They're alone in the world. And they ask, is there anyone thinking about me? So right now, we're thinking about them. We're sending them our love, our heart, our soul, our prayers, our blessings, our Ave Rabbe, our Avos Olam. We're sending it to them. We're sending it to everyone. We're sending it to each of our children. Those who are here and those who checked out. We're sending it to each of our brothers and sisters. Especially we're sending it to every one of those Jews. Achenu b'nei Yisrael hanimtzoyim. B'tzara u'b'shivya. In situations that are incomprehensible and unfathomable. So I want you all to close your eyes and send all these brothers and sisters of ours, from the youngest to the oldest, your ava, your love, your energy, your neshama, connection. Tell them on a soul level. I know we can't say it in words because words don't travel so far, but on an energetic level, energy does travel. Mayim rabim lo yuchlu l'chabes ha'sa'ava. To tell them that you're here, we're here, we're connected, we're thinking about them, we're routing for them, we believe in them, we're praying for them, we're loving them, we're connecting them. We want to just support them. We want to be there with them. Be'eretz tziyah v'oyev b'li mayim gam ki elech b'geit salmavis lo yira ra ki ata imadi. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Ya Baba, That's not fair. There's a lot of chairs. You can bring chairs. You can sit. You don't. There's a lot of chairs. You can bring chairs. In the tent, there's a lot of chairs. You can bring in chairs. After staying, you can be comfortable. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. few people asked me the last few days, there was even different newspapers that came to interview me, or radio programs, or individuals asked me, interesting, a lot of people asked the same question. And they said that the Rebbe passed away 30 years ago. It's a long time. Between these 30s, a lot of things happened. As they say, a lot of water came under the bridge between Tavshin Nun Dalet and Tavshin Pei Dalet. And yet you see a Metzias that there's such an interest in the Rebbe and his teachings and his perspectives. I'm not talking about by Chabad Chassidim. Okay, that's not a Chiddush. They're Chabad Chassidim. You would expect that. But I'm talking about people who are not Chabad Chassidim, and even people and communities that for many years, and when the Rebbe was physically alive, were we're in a very different place, let's put it that way. And every year there's a more, they feel a more connection and interest and curiosity. What's the explanation behind this phenomenon? The simple answer is something I once heard from Rabbi. Maybe it's not so simple, but it's simple relative to the second thing I'm going to say. I heard from Rabbi Adin Steinzelt, Rabbi Adin Even Yisrael. He was a wise and perceptive man. And I once heard from him, he said a very interesting thing about the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He said the Rebbe was like the pilot of a generation. If you have a pilot, he's flying the airplane. Now, you see that the itinerary is we're flying from Newark to Tel Aviv. You're on the plane and you say, you know what, I don't want to go to Tel Aviv. I want to go to Los Angeles. Problem is, it's the opposite direction. So what do? You're sitting in seat number 11, so you get up and you start walking to the back of the plane because you want to go in the opposite direction. So Rabbi Steinzelt says those were the opponents of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. They got up on the plane and they walked in the opposite direction. He says when the plane landed, everybody's in Tel Aviv. The question is if you're in the front or you're in the back. In other words, the Rebbe had the chush to set the tone of what God needs in this generation. Ma Hashem Elokecha shoel meimach. What are the challenges? What are the gifts? What are the opportunities? After the Holocaust, the Rebbe became a Rebbe in 1950. The Rebbe Yartzeit passed away in 1950. It's 5 years after Auschwitz. The Jewish world was broken, and for a good reason. Not just physically of course, but emotionally, and never mind religiously, spiritually. And every last vestige of optimism and hope and faith was gone. It was destroyed. It was destroyed in the ovens, in the gas chambers, in the crematoria. How could it not be? A third of the Jewish people was decimated, and who? Misalto Mishmana, the best of the best, the holiest of the holiest. Hundreds and thousands of communities, Rebbes, Rosh Yeshivas, Kehillas, children, men, women, and from every walk of life. It broke the Jew to the core. It wasn't just a tragedy, a travesty. People emerged from the Holocaust and their minds just saw mounds of ashes. If you go to Majdanek today, you could still see those mountains of ashes. They're still there with particles of bones. I once heard from Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, the chief rabbi of Britain. He said that after God's tremendous concealment in the Holocaust, Haster Aster Pone Bayemo, there was maybe never such a Hester Ponem, such a concealment in history. He said God gave a few smiles to the Jewish people. One smile he gave to the Jewish people, in his words, was the historic opportunity for millions of Jews to come back to their homeland, to their eternal homeland. He said a second smile God gave the Jewish people was the soul of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. The Rebbe was a smile of Hashem to Klal Yisrael after Auschwitz. And he's right. It's a very accurate definition, authentic definition. As such a person, he had that chush, he had his finger on the pulse, spiritually, socially, physically, and most importantly, from a divine perspective. Where are we going from here? And in many ways, I would say that Rebbe performed the miracle of Yecheskel Hanavi in chapter 36, 37. We read it, Shabbos Cholamoyed Pesach. You know the Haftarah of Yecheskel, the Haftarah of the Atzamas HaYeveshes, the dry bones. Right? He comes to a valley full of dry bones, and God says to him, do you think these dry bones could come back to life? And you know what he says? He says, I don't know, you know. I don't know, you know. You know. How am I supposed to know? Ata yedeya. How am I supposed to know? I don't do this for a living, you know. I'm just a prophet. So Hashem says, He nove. I want you to prophesize. Atzamas hayaveshes shimu dvar Hashem. Hear the word of Hashem. And he prophesizes that the dry bones will come back to life, and indeed, they come back to life, and they grow. The Haftarah says, it's in Yecheskel, the prophecy in Ezekiel, I think it's chapter 37, if I'm not mistaken, 36, that zip code. You could look it up. Rabbi Kagan, which chapter is it? Lamed Zion, okay? Okay. There's a few Jews who still know Tanakh. Rabbi Kagan is one of them. There's a few Jews left that still read the Bible. The rest of the Jews believe that it's a Christian thing. But there's a few Jews who still know that the Hebrew Bible is a Jewish book, so you're allowed to read the Bible. So in any case, and suddenly they amass these bones, they grow sinews and they grow flesh, and at last they have a life infused in them and they come to life and there's an army. And I remember I was still, was after Bar Mitzvah, it was, I think, 1986, the Shabbos after Pesach, the Rebbe spoke about this Haftarah. It was thundering that there's so many atzamas hayaveshes, there's so many dry bones, if not physically, but emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. And the role of the Jew is to be like Yecheskel Hanavi and give dry bones hope. Tell them that they can come back to life. It was such a articulation of the job of a generation to be able to reach out to dry bones and believe in them. There's a Chassam Sofer. I once saw Chassam Sofer as a drasha. Drasha is Chassam Sofer. He said this, I think, one of the first weeks he became the Rav of Preshburg. The Chassam Sofer, the Moshe was the Rabbi of Preshburg. Preshburg is Bratislava today. Preshburg then was part of the Austria-Hungarian Empire, one of the 4 empires that was destroyed during the First World War. So today it's called Bratislava. Chassam Sofer was the rabbi in Preshburg until his death in the year Tov Reish, right? 1840. So this is one of his first speeches in the early 1800s, I think, Tov Kuf Samach Dalet. It's in Drushel Chassam Sofer. He says, God says to Yecheskel, do you think these bones can come to life? And he says, you know, I don't know. So he says, I need you to prophesy. He says, why? He says, a gewaldige Wort. This is such a foundation in parenting and education and in leadership. The Chassam Sofer says, God was telling Yecheskel, if you don't believe that these dry bones could come back to life, they won't be able to come back to life. If you don't believe in them, they won't be able to believe in themselves. Don't tell me you know God. I know that I know. I need you to know. I need you to say nevuah that they're going to come back to life. When you see a dry bone in yourself or in others, if you say, I don't know, you know. No. You need to be able to say that nevuah. That was the Rebbe's uncanny ability to believe in Knesset Yisrael, to believe in its infinite potentiality for rejuvenation after the profound darkness. And he was menabe to these atzamas hayaveshes. So in that sense, back to Rabbi Adin Even Yisrael, you have a pilot. He sets the tone. What's the journey of a generation? There are people who agree, there are people who disagree. They're walking to the back of the plane. But you know what? They all land in the same country. Everybody lands in Tel Aviv. Everybody lands in Eretz Yisrael. The ideas that the Rebbe infused in this generation today, they're not Chabad ideas anymore. They're completely universal. Take the idea of Avos Yisrael, that we're really all responsible for each other. Everybody knew it's a Gemara. Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh B'Zeh. For the Rebbe, it wasn't a Gemara, it was life. You're responsible for your brother, for your children. Every Jew is part of you. Today it's already a notion that is, if you're a Jew, that's how you feel. But don't take it for granted. The Rebbe inculcated it in the psyche of Klal Yisrael. There's a Jew living in India and Afghanistan in that time. He cared about a mikveh in Kabul. There's a Jew in Japan. It's a state of consciousness of Hashem Echad, of oneness. And the same is true in many other areas. Take even the concept of how to approach a secular Jew. Today, take it for granted. Every Jew has a neshama, metapin talayid. It wasn't taken. These things shouldn't be taken for granted. the idea of the future of the Jewish people, its brightness, its potentiality, its eternal power, the relevance of Torah, of Yiddishkeit, all these things, you need a pilot to set the tone for an entire generation. And because the Rebbe articulated these truths so powerfully, and they're not personal, they're not about his charisma or his light, it's about the eternal light of Hashem. And the Rebbe was probably the most self-effacing person I ever met in my life. Person without an ego, mamish, such talent but no ego whatsoever. So it articulates the truth of people, not the truth of himself. So these truths grow stronger every year. That's on one level. There's also something that's an extension of this. There was once a Farbrengen, it was in the summer months, and the Rebbe told a story. It's a very famous story. He said it without a name. He said it's a story about a Gadol b'Yisrael who passed away, and before he passed away, he said that he's not going to go into Gan Eden until Hashem does not bring the Geula. The Rebbe didn't say a name. They say it about the Baditchev. The Baditchev said that he's not going into paradise until redemption doesn't happen. It's like almost like a hunger strike. The Rebbe told the story and he said, but Mashiach did not come after he died. So there was another Gadol b'Yisrael, who said that apparently they gave him such a powerful revelation in heaven that it seduced him, it abducted him, and brought him into Gan Eden, and that's the end of that. And that's the story. The story that somebody said about the Baditchever, that he stayed out of paradise. He told God, I'm not going in. You want me to go into paradise? The whole world has to go into paradise. Huh? But it's a few hundred years since he passed away. The Baditchever passed away in the year Tovkuf Ayin. It's before the Alter Rebbe. 1809. Right? Because it was Tishrei, so it's 1809. It was before January, so it's 1809. Tovkuf Ayin. Chafhei Tishrei? Huh? Okay. I have in my Wikipedia right near me. If there's any mistake in a date or anything, it's gonna give a ring. It's gonna be a buzz. They said about the Baditchever that he was outside of Gan Eden, and then he heard Amin Yehi Shmei Rabbah in Gan Eden. Now the Baditchever couldn't refuse Amin Yehi Shmei Rabbah. So he heard Amin Yehi Shmei Rabbah, he jumped into Gan Eden, and boom, he's still in Gan Eden. So the Rebbe tells the story, and then he smiles. This was at a Farbrengen Shabbos. He smiles, and he says, maybe there is a solution for this. And the solution is to make a neder al das Rabbim, that you're not going into Gan Eden. There's a halacha that if you make a promise, you could make hataras nedarim, right? I make a vow, like every good Jew, I'm never going to eat cheesecake again. Of course, tomorrow, it's time to eat cheesecake. The vow was good for today, but you made a neder. So there's something called hataras nedarim. You go to a mumche, or you go to three dayanim, right? Hataras nedarim. If you would have known that this cheesecake was the healthiest thing you can do for yourself, it was a different type of cheesecake. Would have you made the neder? Of course not. Okay, sure. There's a process called hataras nedarim. But that's all if you made the neder on your behalf. So then you could say you made a misjudgment, you didn't realize, you didn't know all the facts. That's hataras nedarim. What if you make a neder al das Rabbim? I'm making a neder on behalf of Klal Yisrael. So now the point is, it's not about my judgment. It's a neder on behalf of, now ein lo yafada, you can't nullify the neder. So the Rebbe smiles and he says, what's the eitzah? The eitzah is to make a neder al das Rabbim that you're not going into Gan Eden. And then there's nothing you can do. It's a promise, you can't do it. And he continued the sikha, and everyone seemed, it looked like, a nice word from the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and it moved on. Not long ago, I took a look, and I saw the date. The date of that sikha was Shabbos Parshas Korach, Hey Tammuz, Tovshin Memtes. That's 1989. 5 years, almost to the date, from the day of his passing. This was Tovshin Memtes 89. His istalkus was literally 5 years later, Gimmel Tammuz, Tovshin Nundalet. And I'm like, OMG, this was no joke. He said it as I had the Farbrengen, that time, Hey Tammuz, Tovshin Memtes. And it's like, with the Rebbe, he didn't speak about himself, so you had to like figure things out. He wasn't like, you had to know, everything was clandestine. He was like a tzaddik nister. Very few things were done as I openly. So it's like the Rebbe was basically saying what he's going to do. He's going to make a neder al das rabbim. He said it with a smile. You could almost think it was a joke, but these things are not jokes. You're not going into Gan Eden. It's not a joke. It's not color war. It's not a joke. You see, he said it at Farbrengen publicly in order not to be able to do what happened with the Baditchever, where God is going to throw some revelation. It's like, I don't care about the revelation. You know, Mili Bashamayim, ich will nicht Gan Eden, ich will nicht Olam Haba, like the Alter Rebbe used to say. I want you. I want you. And I saw this a few years later, and I just thought to myself, wow. Wow. No, if the Rebbe never went into Gan Eden, so you understand why 30 years later he's as relevant as ever. He never settled anywhere. He never went into Gan Eden. And the reason he didn't go into Gan Eden is because Gan Eden is Gili Elikus. Gan Eden is a revelation of godliness. But the Rebbe wanted Dir B'Tachtoinim. He wanted that the ultimate purpose of creation, that there should be complete oneness between earth and heaven, between the physical and the spiritual, between the divine, and every single element of our physical world should be achieved, and that's what Geula is. And he can't enjoy his own spiritual bliss and rest just like he lived. He continued to live afterwards. And somehow it seems like Klal Yisrael feels this. Everybody feels it. So he said, there's a lot of great tzaddikim. I know, but they're all in Gan Eden. There's only one who's not in Gan Eden. This was my own feeling. I never told anybody. I certainly never said it at Farbrengen, because everything is now WhatsApp, within 10 seconds. There's already, feedback and protests, and this is not good. And then, why am I saying it to you now? I'll tell you why. I went to Israel a few days ago. It was a Shabbos. I went for Shabbos. There was a Shabbaton that an organization called Kesher Yehudi, head by a very special woman. Her name is Rebbe Tzili Schneider. And her husband is a big Litvischer Rosh Hashiva. He's actually the Rosh Hashiva in the Yeshiva of Rav Tzvi Koshalevsky, who just had a baby at the age of 88. You heard that story. So Rav Schneider is the Rosh Hashiva over there. A very Litvischer Yeshiva. And his wife has this organization, and she's doing Shabbatons now for families of hostages, etc. And she did a Shabbaton for survivors of the music festival Nova. Not for their families, for the youngsters who survived the music festival. The music festival on Simchas Torah, Shmini Atzeres, October 7th, had more than 3,000 Jews. Close to half of them came from religious families. Close to half of them. That's the fact. They left Judaism. I don't know, a huge amount. Some say half or close to half. Many of them came from what you call Haredi families, which means ultra-Orthodox families. But they left Judaism, and they went to that festival. More than 300 were murdered. But more than 2,500 were saved. And that's unique because I went there, you could go there, it's open fields. Open fields. So we lost hundreds. May God avenge their blood, Hashem Yinkum Damam. But more than 2,500 were saved. So Kesher Yehudi made a Shabbaton for these survivors, mostly aged 20 to 30. So she invited me to come. She made it together with my friend from Monsey, Ralph Reeder, Reb Shmuel Yosef Reeder, and his wife Leah. So they invited me to come to speak to them, to be their Shabbos. It was in the David Citadel Hotel in Yerushalayim. 150 survivors came. Each one of them saw their closest people get killed in front of their eyes. Boyfriends, girlfriends, parents, siblings, close friends, colleagues, yeah. Each one of them has a miracle, how they survived. Every one of them. It was inexplicable. I'll tell you, one of the people that was there for the Shabbaton, he was wearing a green jacket at the festival. This was 6:30 in the morning when the rockets came, and then the terrorists came in, Hamas came in. They didn't know that the terrorists are behind the rockets. He was wearing this green jacket, and he decided, he was very hot. You know, you're dancing a whole night, you're hot. So he decided to take it off, just to be able to get some air. And the last minute, he said, you know what, I'm just going to leave my jacket. I don't want to lose it. I'm just going to leave it on. And then the Hamasniks come in. And he runs in the wrong direction. Instead of running towards Israel, he runs towards Gaza. Re'im, that's where it was, near Kibbutz Re'im is near Gaza. So he runs near Gaza, and there's terrorists everywhere. They came in the thousands, hundreds and thousands. He climbs onto a tree. And he climbs on and he holds onto a branch for 8 hours. And because he's wearing a green jacket, he's camouflaged like a chameleon. So he looks like the tree, so they don't see him. So for 8 hours, he sees everything, and he sees every hostage being taken to Gaza. Because he's near Gaza. He sees every corpse being taken to Gaza. He sees everything for 8 hours. The last minute, he didn't take off his jacket, so he was green. So he was integrated with the tree. And he said for 8 hours, he made sure not to give eye contact with anybody, because the moment they would see an eye, they would know there's a living person there. So he made sure to see everything, but no eye contact. Finally, the Israeli army came after 8 hours, and there were no survivors over there. It was all Hamasniks, so they were shooting everybody. And he gives a scream, and he says, I'm a Jew, save me. So one of the soldiers says, say Shema Yisrael. So he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. So they save him. As he's coming down from the tree, suddenly he hears, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu, from a few trees. There were a bunch of other Jews who climbed onto trees and they were saved. So understand what these people went through. You're talking about people in their 20s and their 30s, young, innocent boys and girls who were trying to have fun and find some outlet for their yearnings and longings. And they saw things that, sights from the Holocaust. Sights from the Holocaust. And I was there with them a whole Shabbos. It was an unforgettable Shabbos. This was not this past Shabbos, the one before. Parshas Shlach. I was there. We had 150 survivors from the Nova throughout the whole Shabbos. They kept Shabbos. They kept Shabbos. Some of them the first time in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Monday, I'm traveling back to New York. I'm on the airplane. There's a Jew sitting in the seat in front of me on the left. Shalom Aleichem, Aleichem Shalom. He introduces himself. What's your name? His name is Rabbi Moshe Boskilo. Where you from? Morocco. Boskilo is a Moroccan name. He says, maybe you knew my father, Rav David Boskilo, translated the Tanya to Arabic. I remember when the Tanya came out in Arabic. It was the late 70s, the early 80s. So he translated the Tanya into Arabic. I wish some of our Muslim cousins would read the Tanya. Maybe it would help. Maybe that's the next project. So he said, I grew up in Morocco. I knew the Rebbe Shluchim in Morocco, Rabbi Edelman, Rabbi Raskin, Rabbi Matasov. Rabbi Moshe Boskilo was telling me about his life, his story. And then, at some point, he tells me, he's a Moroccan Jew. He's a rabbi in Flatbush. He's also, he runs kosher phones, and he's a businessman. Without knowing anything, anything that I told you till now, he tells me, I want to share something with you. Since next week is the Rebbe's Yartzeit, I want to share something with you. This is on the plane coming back to Israel. He says a number of years ago, 10 or 15 years ago, I was having a crisis. So I went to a very famous Kabbalist at the time. You may remember him. He was known as the Mezuzah man. You remember? Rabbi Moshe Simmentov. You remember him? He passed away like 10 or 15 years ago. Rabbi Moshe Simmentov. He had a psachush, yeah? He saw people and he said, your mezuzah here has a mistake. He was a makubal. He was like an expert on mezuzahs. So Rabbi Moshe Boskilo, you know, Jews from Morocco are very into Amunas Tzadikim, very big thing in Morocco. So he said, I went to Rabbi Moshe Simmentov around 10 or 15 years ago. He's telling this to me. and I say, I need a blessing, I need you to pray for me to God, I'm having this crisis in my life. So Rabbi Moshe Baskilo tells me, he says, Rabbi Moshe Simintov turns to me and says, you came to the wrong address. I came to the wrong address? Why? You're a tzaddik, you're makubal, you give brachas. He says, if you want your prayers to really be answered, go to the oil of the Lubavitcher Rebbe in Queens. So I'm wondering, what are you telling this to me? What, suddenly you can't help me, you're sending me to the oil of a tzaddik who passed away? He says, why? And why are you tell this to everybody? So he says, Rabbi Moshe Simintov tells me that last night I had a dream. And the dream was that there's one tzaddik who refuses to go into Gan Eden. He's outside of Gan Eden. He's not going into Gan Eden until Mashiach comes. And I look, who is it? The Lubavitcher Rebbe. Go to his oil. Over there the gates are open. You're talking about a different type of a relationship, a different type of tzaddik. Someone who refuses to depart from the pain of the Jewish people in this world to go into Gan Eden with his all bliss. Go there, and all your prayers will be answered. God will answer your prayers. I didn't say a word, but as Rabbi Moshe Baskilo tells us to me, I have a flashback. Shabbos Koirach, Gimmel Tammuz, Tovshin Mem Tes, 1989, where the Rebbe says the story about the Baditchever and what the Eitzah is. He said the words were, Efsher is the Eitzah. Maybe there's an Eitzah. Now, I don't understand anything I just said, because I'm no expert on any of this. I don't know, not about mezuzahs, and not about Gan Eden, and not what it means to be in Gan Eden, outside of Gan Eden, and so forth. I don't know. So I'm not giving you commentary, I'm not giving you interpretation, I'm just telling you what happened on my trip back from Eretz Yisrael. So I said, you know what, I should probably tell the story. So it's not strange to me that 30 years later, this light that the Rebbe brought into the world, that Hashem designated the Rebbe to bring into the world, this light of empowerment, of confidence, of faith, of love, of Avos HaTorah, Avos Hashem, Avos Yisrael, the light of a new consciousness, the consciousness of redemption, the consciousness of what it means for the Jewish people to live up to their true spiritual potentiality that is infinite, is present in an ever-increasing way. And that's why you see, it's something, it's unique, that every day, the learning of Chassidus, the learning of the Rebbe's Sichos, the Maimonim, B'chlal Chassidus, Teres HaBaal Shem Tov and his students, it's growing in ways that are unfathomable. Even a few years ago, I was teaching all this. The level of interest today, curiosity today, is incredible. One reason is because of the mental health crisis. There's such a mental health crisis now. There's such levels of anxiety now that people are looking for oxygen and they need to go to much deeper places. They need to go to much deeper places. And I told somebody the other day, again, I'm not an expert on any of this, but who knows if by providence, all the pain that people are experiencing now is really breaking us, but it's taking us from a place of yesh to a place of ayin. From a place of ego, even a spiritual ego, to a place of ayin, which means nothingness, which really means no thingness. No thingness. Because when you go from yesh to ayin, no thingness, you become a channel for Ein Sof, for infinity. HaChochma me ayin timotze, as the Alter Rebbe says in all of his, many of the Maimara. So my dearest friends, we're living in historic times of transformation. The Rebbe used to say that this generation is the Dor HaAcheron from Galus and the Dor HaRishon from Geula. It's the last generation of exile, it's the first generation of redemption. In many ways, it's the hardest generation to be. Because if you're in exile, you're in exile. We learn to be in Galus. Jews are very good. 2,000 years we learned to be in Galus. If you're living in post-Geula, you're living in post-Geula. But we are trying to create the metamorphosis from Galus to Geula. That can drive you crazy if you're a yesh. If you're stuck in a paradigm, where am I? Either give me Galus or give me Geula. Our generation is, we don't know what hit us. The last generation of Galus, so you feel the Galus in all of its intensity. But you also feel the geula in all of its intensity. That's why our children are having such a hard time with us. Like, what are you giving me? You want to give me gullus? You want to give me geula? For this, I have to go out of my yesh. You have to go out of the paradigms of ego. You have to go into a place of ayin, of no thingness, of being a channel for infinity. And then you become divine, bittul. And that was the whole nikud of the Rebbe, bittul. Eved melech melech. The servant of a king is the king. That's what it says in Gemara Shvuas, Daf Mem Zayin. Daf Mem Zayin? Okay, if you're not arguing with me, it's probably right. And then there's Shluchai Shel Adam K'moisai. Kedushin Daf Mem Aleph. That you know. Shluchai Shel Adam K'moisai, a shliach represents the one who sent him. So a shliach becomes the most powerful person because it's not just you. You're an ambassador of the one who sent you. And if it's Hashem, so you possess the power of Hashem. And that's the only way I could bridge exile to redemption. It's the ability to be able to navigate paradox in our lives without the need to suppress or repress or deny one over the other. So this light today is shining in a very, very powerful way. And this is a time for us to open our hearts to it, to realize who we are. An interesting thing I'm going to tell you, and then we'll sing a niggin. I heard this actually from a very interesting man, from Shlomo Kalbach. I heard this from him. Shlomo Kalbach said that interesting thing about the Rebbe was that anybody who came to him felt comfortable, or almost anybody who came to him felt comfortable sharing everything about their life, without no holds bars, no inhibitions. Usually, if I come to you the first time, especially if you're a respected person, I'm not going to tell you everything. You know, you got to test the waters. He says, you felt that you could say anything. People revealed to the Rebbe, I know even from people close to me, including classmates and friends, they would write letters to the Rebbe. They wrote everything. Things they don't tell their therapist. Huh? Yeah, then a lot of people didn't go. It wasn't popular then. Today it's like a mitzvah. It's one of the Aseret Dibros. It's like if not, you're not Jewish. Like, where you living, on Mars? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other people. Why not? Why didn't people feel uncomfortable? Reb Shlomo said, because you felt that he already knows. He knows. You're not going to shock him. He knows already. It's true, but there's also something else. And that is, there was no judgmentalism. No, there was nothing you could tell the Rebbe that he would say, you know what, get out of this place. Like, you're too dirty for me. There was no such a metzias. Because if somebody sees your infinity, they can also see your dirt and your dysfunction and your flaws and your challenges and your coping mechanisms. And one doesn't take away from the other. We are afraid to reveal who we are because all you're going to see in me is my darkness. I don't want you to see my darkness. I want you to see my light. And that's why we're afraid to tell ourselves who we really are. We're afraid to disclose our darkness to ourselves. You know why? Because we don't see our light. If you see your light in its full intensity, you're not afraid of any other part because it's not going to take away. The light is powerful. The light is infinite. There's things I have to work on. By the Rebbe, it was obvious. Nobody was put into a box. There were no stigmas. He wasn't afraid. You couldn't tell him anything that would turn him off. You couldn't tell him anything that would shock him. It's like, oh, I can't deal with people like you. Remember, if you're a brain, you take responsibility for every part of the body. There's no part of the body, I can't deal with you. You're too small, you're too weird. There's no such a thing. I knew of a person who had very, very serious mental challenges, very serious. And he went through Gehenna, he was in Gehenna and back. And the Rebbe happened to be very involved in his case. And helped a lot. Interesting, a person who was involved, he told this to me. He said afterwards he met the Rebbe. The Rebbe asked him, how is this person doing? How is your friend doing? So he said he came out of the hospital, and he's doing much better. And he's very thankful to the Rebbe. Was der Rebbe, he said in Yiddish, was der Rebbe hat ihm herausgeschleppt von Finsternis. The Rebbe pulled him out of darkness. So he's very grateful to the Rebbe. What was the Rebbe's response? The Rebbe said, nicht gewinn in Finsternis, was ich hab ihm gedacht, herausschleppen. Darf beneien seine Aktivitäten, und alles wird sein gut, und darf gedenken, als nicht jeder Tag ist Yom Kippur und Elul, was man darf machen nach Cheshbon HaNefesh. He was not in the abyss that I had to schlep him out. Let him renew his activities and things will be fine. And tell him not every day is Yom Kippur in the month of Elul that you have to rethink your whole life. Not every day is Yom Kippur. Let Yom Kippur be Yom Kippur, okay? Just live. Live. Don't figure everything out, because for some people, when Yom Kippur is every day, they go Meshiggah. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Let Yom Kippur be Yom Kippur, it's fine. What did he say? What do you mean he wasn't in darkness? I'm not going to get very graphic, but the Rebbe knew this person tried to do, he tried to take away, to end everything. It was a very serious case. Why would he say that? He was guiding what to do with this person. The answer is because when you see the chelik elekam imal mamish, the darkness is in the context of infinite light. Of course there's darkness. But if I see the darkness and I pluck out the darkness and I isolate it and I see darkness, so I get overwhelmed. But if you could see the darkness within the context of infinite light, so then you say this person is not in the abyss. Im esak shamayim shamata, vatzia shoeli neko. David HaMelech says, if you're in heaven, you're there. If I go to heaven, you're there. If I go into the abyss, you're there. No, if God is there, how dark is it? So it's not about words. It's about the experience of how you see somebody. So I want to bless myself and all of us. We should be able to adopt a little bit, tear off a page from the Rebbe's book. Tear off a page. When you look at yourself, you look at your child, you look at your friend, you look at your spouse, you look at your students, you look at other people, and it starts with yourself. You should be able to see the truth. You should be able to feel the ability to let go of the ego and of the brain and to be a channel of emes, of light, of infinite light. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. This is the Paltaver Niggin. You know the Paltaver Niggin? Rabbi Yaakov Mordechai of Paltava, the Rav of Paltava. Do yenan, do yenin moyenam, do yenam, do yenin moyenam, yo yenan na na na. Yo Where do you live? Na 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 ya na ya ne ma ya na ya ne ma ya na ya na I don't mean to give you another job as garbage Schwerheit. Oh, Rebbe. Okay, I told the Shabbos. Tayir Yidden, my dear Jews, my dear brothers and sisters. Shekoyach Rebbe Avraham. There's a friend of mine who's here who I asked to say a few words, and I'll tell you why. I don't know why. It popped into my head this morning or this afternoon. And then I said, why did this pop into my head? What's the connection? But it popped into my head. I realized it has nothing to do with me. I know what pops into my head. So I called him. I asked his brother, can I call him? His brother said, he'll for sure say no. So I called him and he said, yeah. You should just know. I asked your brother first. He said, he said, yeah. When I told him, yeah, he was surprised. Okay. But I want to tell you why I asked him. It's a story. I know the person that happened to. I'm saying this as a little hagdama. Let's say l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I grew up in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn, not very far from here. Used to be an hour, today it's like 2.5 hours. But essentially it's not so far. This is before the days of internet, before the days of fax machines, and even before the days of computers. People used to write letters, you remember? People used to write letters. They put a letter, they put it in an envelope, they put a stamp. Zecher, Zichronim Levracha, these letters, but it used to be a concept, people wrote letters. I remember the mailman used to come every morning or every afternoon to 770 to drop off the letters for the Rebbe. And there were like 3 or 4 sacks. I don't know if you ever see them still, these huge sacks. You remember those sacks? Like each one of them had a few hundred letters. And there was easily 2, 3, 4, almost 7 days a week, besides when there was no mail Sunday. The Rebbe would open every letter by himself. He did not allow his secretaries to open the letters because he did not want anybody to read most of the letters because most of them were very private. Rabbi Label Gronu, one of the Rebbe's secretaries, told me, he said, the Rebbe would not allow us to open his letters. So you're talking about a person opening between 3, 4, 5, 600 letters a day. And there was no rest. Shabbos, the letters also came. He just happened to open them on Sunday or after Shabbos. And he opened them with his fingers and he would answer almost every letter. Just understand, just that itself without anything else. So there was a chassid whom I know. His name is Rebbe Zalman Chanin. He lives in Crown Heights on Montgomery Street. He decided, you ever tried opening with your finger 100 letters, 200 letters, 300 letters? At some point the finger gets wounded, and every single day. So he bought the Rebbe an envelope opener. You know those envelope openers? You put it in the machine, it opens up, a machaya. He sent it in, and the Rebbe returned it. And he said it makes too much noise. It made a lot of noise. It makes too much noise. So he called up the company and he asked them if they have a silent model. They didn't have it. They once had it, but it's out of stock. But he paid a nice amount of money and they found one. And he got it and he was very happy. And he sent in this silent model of an envelope opener. It doesn't make noise. And he was very overjoyed. Reb Zalman Chanan. And lo and behold, the Rebbe sends it back. He doesn't want to use it. So now I guess the Rebbe felt he has to give an explanation because there was no noise. So he gave through one of his secretaries, I think it was Rabbi Binyamin Klein, Olav Shalom, he explained to him why he's not accepting it. And he said that many Jews seal their envelopes. How do they seal their envelopes? So people seal their envelopes with their saliva. Their saliva. Some people seal it with glue, with scotch tape, with a stapler. He said, but there's Jews, when they write a letter to me and they put it into an envelope, they seal their envelope with their tears. Wie kann ich öffnen mit der Maschine, was ein Jid hat vermacht mit seinen Tränen? How can I open with a machine that which a Jew sealed with his tears? The machine is not going to detect the tears. The machine will open the envelope. If I do it with my finger, I detect the tears. So he would not use the envelope opener. In other words, he didn't start reading the letter when he read the letter. He started to read the letter when he opened the envelope, to take in the energy of the person. The ability to be able to be present for another person's tears. I may not have a solution for your tears. I may not have an explanation for your tears. But the ability just to be able to hold on, create space, empathetic space for your tears. And everyone who's involved in this type of work knows the miracle of that experience. The greatest thing you can do for somebody else's tears is hold on to them. What's the lashon? Put your tears in the barrel. What's the lashon? Give me the Tanakh lashon. What's the first word? Sima de masi bin noidecha. There's drying the tears, but then there's just putting it in a barrel, giving it empathy. Because we don't have logical answers for tears. We don't. But the tears have something. They're telling a truth, and there's a God. Hashem is in the tears. Don't run away from the tears. When you run away from your tears, you also run away from your joy. When I heard that story a number of years ago, he got this message from the Rebbe. Initially, the Rebbe wouldn't say that. He would just say it makes a lot of noise. I guess, until, so to speak, he was pushed to the wall, he didn't say this. The Rebbe almost never spoke about himself. Imagine a person speaks for 50 years constantly. You could barely find a sikha where he talks about himself as a pella. You could find 5-10 places, even the word ich, almost never. I'm a speaker, I know. A good speaker always tells stories about himself. That's what makes it relatable. It was a chiddush. 40, 50 years, the Rebbe almost never said anything. Even the word ich, he would swallow up, barely ever said it. Because his whole metzias was bittul. His whole metzias was a channel. And when you're a channel, you're not afraid of somebody's tears. And so I reached out to a friend of mine whose name is Harav Shmuel Alter Shapiro. And he's the mashpia and the rabbi of the beautiful Belzer community here in Monsey. Viola. He's the mashpia of the Kehillah of Chasidei Belz here in Viola. His Zayda is the Norala Rebbe Shlita in Bnei Brak. And his Zayda was very close to the Rebbe. His Zayda and his Elta Zayda. And Reb Shmuel Alter, unfortunately his father was a good friend of mine. Rabbi Avram Shapiro passed away a few months ago, suddenly Friday night. Very special Jew, one of the pillars of Borough Park. And he passed away a few months ago. And just a few weeks ago, Yud Aleph Sivan, Harav Shmuel Alter Shapiro, he lost his 7-year-old son, who was very ill. He had cancer, Yana Machala. His name was Yisrael Aryeh Shapiro, 7 years old. And he passed away Yud Aleph Sivan this year. And every 7-year-old is an angel, but he was a real angel, even among 7-year-olds, a true angel. You could just see his picture and you see that he was an angel. And he fought very hard. And unfortunately, he returned his soul to its maker just a few weeks ago. And I asked Reb Shmuel Alter, his father, Harav Shmuel Alter Shapiro, the mashpia of Belz, to come around. I asked him if he wants to say a few words. I didn't think he'll agree, but he agreed. So I want to invite him. I want to give him the mic. And, I told him, only if you want and only if you feel it's the right thing. So he wrote back to me, I feel it's the right thing, but I don't know if I could. So I said, okay, whatever, I said, discuss it with your wife. And whatever you decide, you let me know. And then a little while later, he said, yeah, I'm going to come share something. So this is still within the shloishim of his son, Yisrael Aryeh Zechrona Levracha. You could say on him, Zeichet Tzadik Levracha. He was mamash a tzadik of a kid. Every kid is a tzadik. This is mamash a tzadik of a child, a holy, holy boy. And his illness was devastating, and his death was obviously devastating, beyond words. And I'm privileged to have his father here. I'm close to the family, him and his brother and brothers and mother and his own father, Olav Shalom, who passed away just a few months ago. So I want to ask my dear colleague, the mashpia of Belz, Rav Reb Shmuel Alter Shapiro, to share with us a few words on the covered Gimmel Tammuz. And his family goes back, Midoides, Chassidim, and very connected to the Rebbe. I'll tell you an interesting thing. The Rebbe used to go to the oil a lot, to his father-in-law's grave. Chabad has a very Litvish side to it. The Alter Rebbe they used to call the Litvak, because he came from Lithuania, and he had the mindset. He was very analytical. So the Rebbe those years was very makbid on shkia. The shkia of the Litvaks, the first shkia, not the Satmar shkia, not the Belzer, not the second shkia. But once he came back very, very late from the oil, from his father-in-law's grave, So, and he didn't have a mincha yet. He came out to mincha and he saw his Zayda, the Narala Rav. He lived then in Crown Heights before he moved to Bnei Brak. So on the way, he looks at him and starts skipping a heartbeat. He says, Heint vet men davenen a belze mincha. Today we're going to do a belze mincha, which is a late mincha. They say that there was a Knessia, I heard this once, there was a Knessia G'doila from Agudas Yisrael. And the Belzer Rav was there, Reb Aaron of Belz, who passed away in 1957. Reb Aaron of Belz, you heard of Reb Aaron of Belz, huh? The Rebbe said about him, Tsura B'li Chaymer. He was energy without a form, without physical form. He passed away Chaf Aleph of Tavshin Yud Zayin. So they say that he was at the Knessia G'doila because he davened the late mincha because they do Rabbeinu Tam Shkia. There's two shittas about Shkia. Okay, it's not for now, but there's whatever. It's a later mincha. This is a story that I once heard. Is Tamal gehört? And the Chafetz Chaim was there. The Chafetz Chaim didn't have a mincha yet. And the Chafetz Chaim was a Litvish Yid. He wasn't a Galiciana Yid. He was a Litvish Yid. He was the Chafetz Chaim. And the Chafetz Chaim, the covet of the Belzer Rebbe, he would not get up until, and he davened with his mincha. Anyway, so the Rebbe told us his Zayda a Belzer mincha. So I want to invite Harav Reb Shmuel Alter Shapiro to share a few words. Oops.
It wasn't easy at all for me, and actually I first did say, before I knew who was sending me this text, I did say no, but then I asked who it is, and Wawa told me who sent this text message. I felt that I don't have a bchira, a person that inspires so many thousands and thousands of Yidden to be mekadev to the Rebbeinu Shel Olam. I can't say no. There's no, so I had to accept it. It wasn't easy, and especially I don't speak English. I speak Yiddish. It's the first time I'm speaking in public in English. So it's, but I didn't feel that I have the bchira to say no. Yeah, like we're very close to Chabad, to the Rebbe. My grandfather was very, very verbunden to the Rebbe. And my brother just showed me today a note that my grandfather wrote to himself years ago. Very interesting. It's a whole story, but he said that he was collecting money for something, and he wanted to do something in Israel, and he was collecting money. And he was on the train, and he had his money that he was collecting. And on the train comes over to him a Schwarzer guy, and a hold up and takes away from him the whole money. And he was to show that like he was shocked after a hold up. And so he writes, what did he do the first thing? I would imagine a person after a hold up, he comes down from the train, he would go to the police office to make a police report. This is what I would think. But he writes, the first thing, I was all shocked, I ran to the Rebbe. That's he was a Belzer Chusid, a real Belzer Chusid. The first, he said, I came off the train. I ran. I don't know what he wanted. The Rebbe should tell him. He was shot. He ran to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe told him. Then he gave him a brucha that he said that there's a memre that after a fire you get rich. So the end he says afterwards. That's not on the note that he wrote. He said that then he had a donor that paid up the whole thing. So. He said that's from the Rebbe's Bruche, but just to show how connected he was with the Rebbe. So we're not fremde Chabad, I still got $1 from the Rebbe. So Rabbi YY asked me, he told me maybe I should say something. I really went through two very hard 2 years with my son. We saw him suffering so much. And he told me, I used to learn a lot of Chassidus. How did Chassidus come into this? What did I benefit? So I thought I'm going to share something a few words, 2-3 minutes that I'm going to say something. But before that, it's the Yartzeit from the Rebbe tonight. I want to say an interesting thing that I heard from YY about the Rebbe. That I was a lot in Palo Alto, California. And my son was in the hospital in Stanford Children's Hospital in the Silicon Valley. There's a hospital, Children's Hospital, and I was there for a year. I was back and forth, and I didn't have, there's nothing there. No. So there was the two shlich, there was a shlich Chabad, his name is Zalman Levin, and he did everything for me. He used to bring me every single day, like huge seeders. I couldn't eat so much. He used to, whatever I needed, there was Zalman Levin and another guy, Michael from Francis, I don't know, he's there. And what they used to do me, I can't explain. Like, in the middle of the night, I needed something. I'll even tell you a thing that, like, just, I remember once I needed, it was 10 o'clock at night, and I needed for myself, I had something, a situation, I needed a medication that I left in New York. And I call Reb Zalman, I need emergency, it's 10 o'clock, and I need this medication. Nobody has it at home, but I need this medication. What do I do? Reb Zalman, 10 o'clock at night, he got a doctor, should write me a prescription without seeing me, and he got over, within an hour, I had this medication. I don't want to get him into trouble, but yeah. But like what they did to me. So I asked once, Rabbi, why? If the Rebbe told the Shlichim that they should do Achnusas Archim, if people come, if the Rebbe told them to do that, so Rabbi Why explained me, a person doesn't have to tell his hands and feet and his hand. If you want this cup of water, you don't have to tell your hand, go bring me this water. You don't have to. If it's one thing. The Rebbe didn't have to tell the shlichim. It's a kesher. It's the shlichim, the chassidim from the Rebbe feel the Rebbe. The Rebbe doesn't have to tell them exactly what to do. They know themselves. Whoever is forbidden with the Rebbe knows what to do, what the Rebbe wants him to do. This is just a thing from the Yartzeit from the Rebbe. Because why am I saying it? Because the things that I had for years, I had the Chabire in the Belzer Stiebel and Maple Terrace from Fuying a lot. We used to learn every Thursday night Mamurim from the Alter Rebbe. We used to start about 10 o'clock every Thursday night, and we used to finish about 1. Wasn't it? Like for a few hours, we tried finishing a Maimed every week to learn a Maimed from the Alter Rebbe. And for sure, whoever learns the Mamurim from the Alter Rebbe knows that when we finished after the Maimer, when we came back to the world, it wasn't the same world that we left. It was yeah. But there was one thing I was wondering on the Alter Rebbe, like every week we learned. There's one thing that whoever learns the Mamurim knows. I hope maybe Y was going to explain it better than me. I'm not so good in explaining it. But there is one thing that the Alter Rebbe keeps on, every Maimer we learned, he keeps on getting back to this same point again and again and again. The point was that there is Hashem Yisburach is Memala V'Soiviv. Yeah, Memala means that Hashem Yisburach is in the world, and a person can connect to Hashem Yisburach from what he sees. Everybody that opens his eyes and wants to see can find Hashem Yisburach every single day of his life. He can see how Hashem is taking care of his panus, of his kids. You can see Hashgucha Prutis. Everybody, you can see that Hashem Yisburach is Memala Kol Alman. And then there is Hashem Yisburach that's Soiviv Kol Alman. There's Hashem Yisburach that we don't have a missig what he is and what he is and where he is. He's much, much, much higher than the world. And Kula Kamai Kula Choshiv. Like the world is nothing matters. Legava de Rebbeinu Shel Olam. And this is the part of Soiviv Kol Alman. And the Alter Rebbe keeps on every single week, again and again. He wants that we should be connected to the Soiviv Kol Alman. It goes on again and again. I really enjoyed learning it because when the Alter Rebbe comes to this part, it's fire. The words, it's like, we used to get so inspired. I had one of my Chavayrim there. He used to say that he thinks there's a Kabbalah that they say that the Alter Rebbe, while he said the Mamurim, he sometimes used to get in such his lahavis that he used to fall off of his chair and roll under the table. There was one of the chassidim that ran after him under the table, not to miss a word, that he should be able to write down every single word that he says. Oh, and so one of the friends, he said that he thinks that it was always by this piece when the Alter Rebbe starts talking about the Soiviv Kol Alman. It goes, it's fire. I really enjoyed it, but from the other side, I was always wondering. It was very nice to learn it, and but l'choire, it's very hard to live with it. It's very hard to live with it. Why does the Alter Rebbe want that? How does he expect me? Push it. We know there's the Sefer Noimel HaMailech. Yeah, the Sefer Noimel HaMailech is called Sifron Shel Tzadikim. It gives aitzes how to be a tzaddik. The whole Sefer is how to become a tzaddik. We know that the Alter Rebbe's toides are toides from Kikoloi Vaylecha Hadavar. It's meant for every single yid. It's meant for everybody to connect with Hashem. So why does he give us this idea? It didn't sound that it's really I can live with Soivev Kal Alman. Mamala Kal Alman is much easier. It's much easier to be connected with Hashem. Like today, there is a whole movement of thank you Hashem, thank Hashem on everything that happens, and seeing Hashgocha Prutis. And it's much easier, and it would be a much, if we were looking for Kikolei Vaylecha, L'choire, the way from Mamala Kal Alman to find Hashem Yisburach in this world is easier than Soivev Kal Alman. B'mayim Ramizger, if I'm allowed to say, that today there's like the chilik from Breslau to Chabad is Mamala v'Soivev. This is my opinion, but it was. I was always wondering why does the Alter Rebbe? Why do I need to go to Soivev? The Choyle Mamala is the easier way. Till for 2.5 years ago. My son, how he lost. I saw that he's losing balance, and we took him to the doctor, and they took an MRI, and they found this horrible tumor in the brainstem that he was suffering the rest of his life. And whatever we went through, it wasn't easy. It was 2.5 years, ups and downs, and running around. I have a good friend that came with me this whole way, Marty Green. He was together with me the whole time in the hospitals in California, back and forth, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, and tzibislich, I started seeing that there is situations that being connected only with Mamala Kal Alman is a dangerous way. Not always. You're asking. Not always. You have to connect with Hashem Yisburach. There's no. I started feeling there's no other way. There's no other way. Only you have to be mechazik yourself. Ki Hashem Elokeini, Hashem Echad. There's nothing. In the beginning, you start trying to explain things, to try to understand things. I thought it's going to help me, and I'll tell you, I just sat Shiva and my son. And some people come and they keep on saying ideas, the Hoich and the Shume, and all kinds of types of stuff that they try to make sense out of it. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. It doesn't. I started seeing that the only way that is to be connected with Hashem, that's Soivev Kal Alman, and to understand Ki Hashem Yu Elokim Ein Od Milvadoi. Nothing on the world matters, only Hashem. And I was thinking there was today the way that everybody is busy like being connected to Hashem. That's the language that people use, like being connected. So being connected means that there is two people that try to connect. So when you talk about Hashem Yisburach, that's Mamala Kal Alman, Hashem Yisburach from this world. So there is the idea of being connected. But tonight is Chabad. Chabad is not about being connected. I think so. Chabad is bittul. There's nothing. There's only Hashem Yisburach. The way, and what should I tell you? I wouldn't imagine. I wouldn't imagine when I learned then these pieces that it's ever going to help me actually in life. But, and I'm saying it, it's not only that it helped me. We live in it's today things are getting very, very complicated today. There's all types of organizations and all types and they keep on promising you and tell you stories that give money for this organization and go to this kaivet and this things from this world, and they try that you can make deals with Hashem, and sometimes the deals don't work out, and things it only makes things worse. The only thing that really is what really was helping me, what was being connected with this idea, of being connected with Soiv of Kalalman, that Hashem Yisburach is much, much, much higher than this world. And this whole world is nothing, not me and not myself. It's only about Hashem Yisburach. It's only about Hashem Yisburach. And it's yeah, so the truth is that this I'm going to leave for maybe Rabbi Why should help me with this, that I heard once from an Elter Chusid, I don't remember who, from Elter Chusid by Farbrengen, that he told me a little different thing that I'm saying now, but he told me that really the Nisach Chabad all the years was that when the Chusid would write for the Rebbe, that he has Yesirim, he has Dagas Panusa, he has the typical answer that Chabad would answer him would be Haskil Chubina, like things that I'm saying now, Kabulis Yesirim Bahava, Soivev Kalalman, nothing matters, only Hashem Yisburach. But he told me that the Rebbe, tonight is the Yartzeit of the Rebbe, that the Rebbe did change it and he did bring back to Chabad more of the Mamale, Betuchen, Hashguche Prutis, like more of these stuff. But I'm sure the Rebbe didn't mean to be shoyl chas v'shulim what the Friedige Rabbiim said, the previous Rabbiim said. So, but just Rabbi Why was asking me, what did I, just as an answer on his question, I'm saying this, Berabim and Hashem Yisburach should help, that we should all be able to be connected to Mamale v'soiviv on Simcha de Goefanim, and we should only share Simchas B'yedemainim.
Ja, sie haben gut verstanden. Sie haben gut verstanden. Thank you. Deyane lavaniye Chamana deyane lisvire liba Ayane na Deyane lisvire liba Ayane na Yanelis v'nei limo Yaneina rachamana de Yanelis v'nei limo Rachamana Monsey, 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 Chaim, 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 Chaim. Hirsch. So the Chaim for the top, for the mountains, is in Ganedi. Look out for you. Thank you for coming. Is the Bezalel thing in there? Bezalel Chaim for that. So the man is a nomen? The man is a nomen? Visions of Hasidim, yeah? They died back by COVID, no? Corona? Dus ik zei de mannen, maar dat doen we de mannen. Ah? Dat is weg in corona. De mannen verder. Was ik zei de mannen. Du wohnst da in Monsey? Okay. Wie heißt du beim ersten Mama? Wie is de mama? L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I just want to make a special l'chaim. We have a vision at Tzabacher, Reb Shlomo Hirsch. I want to make a l'chaim for the soul of both of his parents who passed away. His mother passed away right before Corona, and his father passed away during Corona. So I want to make a mention of both of your parents. Tehei nishmasam tzura b'tzara chaim. What was your mother's name? Ahiva Alta Bas Rabbi Yaakov Leib, and your father's name? Bashalem B'Reb David Zechronim Levracha. And may both of your parents' light and love and inspiration continue to give you strength. And may they continue to be a source of love and light and inspiration and empowerment for you and your siblings and your younger siblings. To be able to triumph and to be able to find all of the inner strength and power that you have. And thank you for being here. L'chaim, 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 to you, both of your parents. There was once a Farbrengen of the Rebbe. It was Purim. It was a Purim Farbrengen. And the Rebbe then quoted, which he would often quote, especially on Purim. Purim a few times and other times. He quoted the famous Pisgam, the famous saying of the Alter Rebbe, that the Tzemach Tzedek, is the Alter Rebbe's grandson, has a Sefer Derech Mitzvah. And in that Sefer he writes, okay. In that Sefer he writes that he used to hear from his Zayda, the Alter Rebbe, Hayonishma b'dveikusai. Very often Alter Rebbe would go into a dveikus. And during the dveikus, during his spiritual, so to speak, intimacy with Hashem, Hayonishma, he would hear him say, and this was not a one-time event, it happened more than once. Alter Rebbe would say during his dveikus, during davening or other times, Mili b'shamayim v'imcha lechafatzti ba'aretz. Who do I want in heaven? It says in Tehillim in Kapitel Ayin Gimmel, Mili b'shamayim v'imcha lechafatzti ba'aretz. Literally it means, Mili b'shamayim, who do I have in heaven? V'imcha, and with you lechafatzti ba'aretz, I don't want anything on earth. So it's literally David HaMelech describing that if I have you, I don't want anything else. Alter Rebbe touched, and he would say this in his dveikus experientially. Mili b'shamayim v'imcha lechafatzti ba'aretz, is that even Shamayim and Eretz don't do it for me. And he used to say, Ich will, this is what the Tzemach Tzedek writes, Hayanishma mepi, he would hear from my grandfather, Ich will ze gar nisht. See, I want nothing. Ich will nicht dein Olam Haza, ich will nicht dein Olam Haba, ich will nicht dein Gan Eden Atachten, ich will nicht dein Gan Eden At Elyon, ich will mehr nicht as dich allein. I don't want this world, I don't want the next world, I don't want the lower paradise, I don't want the higher paradise, I want you and you alone. Only you alone. So the Rebbe said this over once on Purim. And he said, who said this? He said, Ayid was hat gewusst, was is Olam Haba, was is Gan Eden Atachten, and was is Gan Eden Elyon. I say Gan Eden Elyon, I don't know the difference between Gan Eden Elyon and Forshay. I don't know the difference. I mean, I know there's a difference. I know there's a difference between the soup in 18 Forshay and Gan Eden Elyon. At least I hope there's a difference between the soup and Forshay and Gan Eden Elyon. But I don't really know much about it. The Rebbe said, who said this? Ayid was hat gewusst, was is Gan Eden Atachten, and was is Gan Eden Elyon. So I don't want Gan Eden Elyon. Big deal, fun. I don't want the potato chips. Okay, I have something else to eat. Yeah, I don't need the potato chips. He knew what Gan Eden is. And he said, Ich will nicht Gan Eden Elyon, ich will nicht Gan Eden Atachten, ich will mehr nicht as dich allein. So the Rebbe said, the Rebbe was talking not just for himself. He was articulating what the true desire of a neshama should be. That the true desire of a soul is not for Gan Eden and not for Olam Haba, but for you. And then he added a few words. It seemed like a few simple words, but it really changes everything. He said in Yiddish, he said, the Rebbe was saying, was darf a neshama wollen? What should a neshama want? And the reason a neshama should want it is, weil das ist was sie will. Because that's what she really wants. And then I understood, they say in Hebrew, nafal ha-simon. Like I got it. When you say should, we hear should with guilt. You should. Shame, guilt, more guilt. When real people who are channels for the divine, speak about should, what it means is, they're just saying, if you would remove all the blockages, this is what it would look like. The Alter Rebbe says, V'hafta is loshen tzivui v'loshen haftacha. Every mitzvah is a prediction. It's not a commandment, it's a prediction. You should do it because you will do it. You should do it because you should know who you're going to be one day. Once the blockages are removed, this is who you're going to be. V'haftas Hashem alakecha, more than being a commandment, it's a prediction. Not only you shall love, you will love, because this is who you are. It's a small little change, but it changes everything, right? That's the essence of Teres HaBaal Shem Tov. It's not you should, it's who you are. It's natural, it's organic. It's called alignment. So he said, the Alter Rebbe wasn't saying what a neshama should say. It's what a neshama is. It's not interested in anything. It's not like, I don't want Gan Eden because I heard that I have to be guilty if I want Gan Eden. No. If you're doing it out of guilt, then just stay in Gan Eden. It's much better. Or to put it more a little subtly, if you're doing it out of guilt, then you're busy with Gan Eden. Then you don't know yourself. You're not in a relationship. You're busy with trying to figure out what you can get out of the relationship. Once you get rid of the clutter and the rubble and the debris and the blockages and everything, and your true self is revealed, what do you want? Ich will manage das dich allein. Ich will manage das dich allein. That's who you really are. So that's what Harav Rebbe Shmuel Alter was telling us. That you learn in the Maimorim of Chassidus, Chabad, Memale, and Soiviv, and every Maimer is again Soiviv, and Ani Hashem Lo Shonisi, and Atu Achlei Nivra Oilam, etc. And you ask, L'may nafka mina, and he's saying, and Shmuel Alter was saying, that in his moment of profound crisis, that's what kicked in. That's what saved the day. So what was he saying? At least the way I understood it. You'll correct me if I misunderstood you. The deepest part of the soul doesn't need any explanations. It doesn't need logic. There was once a Purim Farbrengen, and the Rebbe was talking about Ada Lo Yada. He was talking about a relationship that's beyond das. So he said in Yiddish, he said, a real relationship with Hashem beyond das, he says, the real relationship doesn't bring das in. It does not bring intellect or logic in. He says, Favos, nicht nicht der Willes verstehen, nicht der Kennes verstehen, und nicht der darf es verstehen. First of all, I can't understand it. Second of all, I don't want to understand it. Third of all, I don't need to understand it. First of all, it's something you can't understand. Okay, you can't. So it's like a punishment. You can't. Then he says much more than that. Not only you can't, you don't want to understand it. Because the moment you understand it, you're reducing it. You're reducing it to logic. You don't need to understand it. It's not a need. Nicht der Kennes verstehen, nicht der Willes verstehen, nicht der darf es verstehen. It doesn't take away from the relationship. It actually intensifies the relationship. He brought an example of a parent and a child. He said this in the Sikha. It was a Purim Sikha. A parent and a child. If a child says, or a father or mother says, I like my child because I understand that I should like my child. Achuvei to the relationship. There's a level of relationship, you don't need to understand it, you don't want to understand it, you can't understand it. And because you can't understand it, why mix in the brain? It's just going to cheapen it. When Alter Rebbe talks about Soiviv, it's not because Efagit nish mamale. He forgives. Well, he was an Oyev, but Alter Rebbe was a tremendous Oyev Yisrael. He loved Jews. Forget. Experience, feel, understand. I want to liberate you. I'm going to take you to a relationship you don't need to understand. You won't be able to understand. You don't have to understand. You don't want to understand. You know why? Because if you understand, it's just cheapening it. You're bringing in toxicity into purity. Was darfst das? It's not going to give you anything. And unfortunately, when tragedies strike a person that are beyond comprehension, the paradigm of trying to fit it in Kaparas avoynes, mechilas avoynes, gilgulim, shmilgulim, oilam haz, oilam hab, maisis. It dissipates. And that's why Chassidus today is oxygen. Because there's so much pain, there's so much crisis. Mit Mamale kann man nicht durchgehen der Welt. Man macht nicht stop Mamale. You need Mamale. Mamale is life and individuality and figuring out your day, and it's also divine. Mamale is divine. Hashem fills every moment, and the Alter Rebbe says Mamale means the way the divine fills every moment in a mitzumtzumdik, in a filtered way that becomes a cup, and pineapple, and a mic, and a napkin. And the reason there's a napkin is because Mamala Kalalma, and you can't mevatel Mamala Kalalma. But relationships happen in Soviv. Relationships, letting go of the ego, letting go of the yesh, happens in Soviv. And in Soviv, that's where the bliss is. It's not bliss that comes from everything is perfect. It's not bliss because God fits into my paradigms. It's bliss because when you let go of everything, you don't need paradigms. All you need is intimacy with truth. Intimacy with truth, that's what we need. The greatest comfort for a person is when you know that you have intimacy with truth. That you're connected. You're not isolated. You're not alone. You weren't abandoned and thrown off an airplane. What's going on? You weren't thrown off a plane like with a parachute, now go figure it out. There's an ava atzmis in Sevu Kalalman. Sevu Kalalman is not, people misunderstand. They sometimes learn that my modem kula kamek aloi chashav means like he couldn't care less, like everything is nothing. Doesn't mean everything is nothing. It means kula kamek aloi chashav, there's nothing in the world that can distract the intimacy that you have with Ein Sof. There's nothing that is more powerful than the love. Not even the logic of what the love is supposed to look like. You heard what I said? Not even the logic of what the love is supposed to look like. Now, this is not easy to say in words because people are going through a lot of stuff. But when Mashiach told the Baal Shem Tov asked Mashiach, when are you going to come? There's a letter from the Baal Shem Tov to his brother-in-law, Reb Gershon Kittever. The Baal Shem Tov had a brother-in-law, Reb Gershon Kittever. And he says that Rosh Hashanah Tov Kuf Zayin, that's 1746, he had Aliyas HaNeshama. Now, when we used to read Aliyas HaNeshama, it was like some mystical language. His Neshama goes up. What does that mean? Was it Neshama goes up where? What? When? In our generation, Hashem actually has given us an opportunity not to understand what Aliyas HaNeshama is, but to realize that it's not just gibberish. It's an authentic experience. The Neshama is real, and the Neshama could segregate and transcend its containers and experience itself as a chelek elokam imal, and it's a game changer. And the Baal Shem Tov, during Rosh Hashanah, Aliyas HaNeshama, he asked Mashiach, Ei Mosai Ka'asimar, when are you going to come? And Mashiach said 3 words, the words are from Mishlei. Is a pasuk in Mishlei, in Proverbs. But Mashiach told it to the Baal Shem Tov, and the Rebbe took those 3 words from the letter of the Baal Shem Tov, and he made it a motto, a mission statement. What did Mashiach mean? Mashiach meant when this consciousness of your well springs will permeate the whole world, chutza, to the furthest places, Mashiach is going to come. Why? So the Rebbe once said, why will Mashiach come then? It's not a zgula, it's not a reward. That is Mashiach. As me lebt mit Chassidus, das is Mashiach. It's not a separate Mashiach. If it's not philosophy, if you breathe it, if you live it, that is Geula. That is redemptive consciousness. Geula doesn't look a certain way. We imagine Geula in a certain way. Geula, the Rebbe used to say, it says in Medrash Emer, Geula is Goyla with an Aleph. Exile with an Aleph. You would think Geula should be a different word than Goyla. This Goyla is exile, and Geula should be, no, it's the same word, Goyla with an Aleph. In other words, it's the same life that I have today, but I see the Aleph. That's Geula. So you would think, that's what I'm looking forward to. But that's the only truth. What do you think Geula is going to mean? You're going to move into a new house, to a new community. You're going to escape Monsey. You're going to escape the ultra-Orthodox community. You're going to escape your shviga, your shver. Really? That's going to be Geula? That's going to be repression. It's not going to be Geula. It's called repression. People do it today. They get drunk and they go to a Kiddush club and they escape their mother-in-law. Kreise Gedilla. Eichmer Mashiach. For this I had to wait 2,000 years. That's not the word. The word is v'nigla kvoid Hashem, that soiv kalal min ani Hashem lo shenisi is here. That means the very reality that you saw today as goyla is geula because you see the aleph. This is not a philosophical word. This is an experiential paradigm shift. And the ultimate geula is that soiv will fuse with mamale, so that the internalized experiential bliss of life will be fully aligned with the infinite oneness. That's the fusion. But even before that fusion happens completely, when I go away from all my blockages, the only thing, you're not looking for Gan Eden, you're not looking for Elam Haba, you're not looking for Elam Haza. Like the Rebbe said, the Rebbe wasn't talking about a wish. He was talking about the reality. He was just saying what your soul looks like. You want a snapshot of your soul? The real soul, Zuch dich allein. I once shared the story. It's a story that Rebbe would say the story. It's a Moededike Maisa. The Alter Rebbe was once walking in his house, and his wife's name was Rebbetzin Sterner. Now she had a lot of loyalty to him, because her father, his name was Rabbi Yehuda Leib Segel. He lived in Vitebsk in Belarus. He was a very rich man. Alter Rebbe was a Gaon Olam, and he had a good daughter, and he had a lot of money, so he took the Alter Rebbe as a son-in-law, and he said he'll support him for the rest of his life. He should sit and learn. That was the Seder, on Edom of Kest. Little did he know that Alter Rebbe wasn't just a loyal son-in-law, he was a revolutionary. He didn't know that. It didn't come with the ksuvah. So suddenly he saw that his son-in-law it wasn't what he wanted. He wanted his son-in-law, to be another good gadol, Alter Rebbe was something else. With a Neshama Chadosh, he went to it was a different inyan. So he told his wife, his daughter, she has to divorce her son. He's in a kat, he's in a cult, and she has to divorce him. His daughter had seichel, and she had individual personality. So she told her father, you could jump into the Hudson River. I mean, they didn't have the Hudson River in Belarus. They had, I don't know what river they have in Belarus. The Dniester, the Neva, whatever they had, you could jump. So he told her, you're not going to get a kupke from me. You're not going to get a cent from me. She said, it's fine. I'm not going to give. My husband is worth more than all your money in the world. So he cut them off completely. Cut them off. The Alter Rebbe suffered terribly because he was living there. He came once home Friday night from davening. The guy locked all the closets. He couldn't make kiddush. He couldn't eat anything. Yeah, he made them kiddush on, there was only mashke, 96er. Alter Rebbe didn't, he was Chamar Medina, so he made kiddush and he almost expired, so he found kasha and he ate kasha, whatever. The guy really tortured him. Rabbi Yehuda Leib Segel. Why am I saying this? I forgot.
Rebbe used to tell the story, about which story?
So his Rebbetzin was, she prevailed. She told her father, you got it wrong, I'm not divorcing him. So there was once the Alter Rebbe, it's interesting, after he died, his wife had more seichel. Usually the women, bini yiseda. So the wife came to the Alter Rebbe and she said, my husband was my husband, but now he's gone, so come back to Vitebsk, because he moved to Lyazhny. He moved, because he couldn't be there anymore. His father-in-law was persecuting him. And you see how stupid religious Jews can be. Forgive me. Here you're talking about, you have a son-in-law, the Alter Rebbe. I mean, some of you were zeicha to learn his Maimonim, to learn his Shulchan Aruch. Talk about a shaita. And he was a chashav yid. You forgive me, but you could see how stupid a religious Jew can be. I mean, a secular Jew can also be stupid, but I'm talking now the Chiddush, right? Whatever, without names. So after he passed away, the Shviger came to the Alter Rebbe and said, come back, I have a Yerusha, I'll support everything. So how do you tell a Shviger no, if you're the Alter Rebbe? So he said, the Gemara says in Nida that when a child is in the womb of its mother, it's the best time. There's no better time than in the womb of the mother. But no child says, let me go back to the womb. That's what he told his Shviger. That's how you say no. And he stayed in Liazna. So once he was walking through the house, and his wife, Rabbi Tzimtzner, was talking to other women. And you know, women come together, often they talk about their husbands, right? You'll ask your wife. They meet their friends, they talk about their husbands. So she tells the other women, she says two words, Meiner sagt. Meiner sagt. Mine, the one who belongs to me. Meiner sagt. And she quoted something she heard from her husband. But the way she said it was Meiner. Mine says. The Rebbe heard this. He didn't have to hear much to go into a dveikus. This was enough. So he went into a dveikus, and he fell down, and he went into a trance. To a dveikus. He gets up, and he looks at his wife, and he says, Mit ein mitzvah bin ich deiner. Mit wiffel mitzvahs is men the Eberstens. With one mitzvah I became yours, meine. With how many mitzvahs do I belong to Hashem? And then he said, Tzena urena b'nois tzion. Pasuk says in Shir Hashirim, Tzena urena b'nois tzion b'melech shloima. Ba'atara she'itru la'yimoi b'yoyim chasanose b'yoyim simchas liboi. So he says, Tzena urena b'nois tzion. Kedei zu zena lekus darf man aroizgehen von sich. Tzena. If you go out of your ego, you go out of your paradigm, Tzena ure'ena, you could see the truth. And how does it happen? It happens through b'nois tzion. Eishes chayel ateres baila, nekevet esoivev gover, malchus moireres zo. It happens through the woman, through the daughters of Tzia, and they're the ones who take you out of your ego, and they allow you to see God. That was his response to his wife telling the women in Liazna, meine sagt. What's the Havana here? Some people read the story, and they completely misunderstand it. It's like, oh, mit ein mitzvah bin ich deine, mit wiffel mitzvahs bin dem Eberstens. It's like, oh, with one mitzvah I became yours, pru or vu. Yeah, there's other 612 mitzvahs that are not connected to you. But then the continuation of the story doesn't make sense. Tzenu urena b'nai tzi, and you see a lakus through the woman. The pshat is something else. His wife taught him a new dimension of Yiddishkeit. Meine sagt. All she said is, mine says. Why is she calling him mine? My husband, my spouse, yeah, my better half, my second half. Meine sagt. She called Alter Rebbe Meiner. What's Meiner? I don't know. You're just mine. And suddenly it gave him something. It gave him a gift. Mit ein mitzvah bin ich deiner. Talk about attachment. Talk about attachment, right? Mit ein mitzvah bin ich deiner. One mitzvah, pru or vu, to get married. I became yours. Mit wiffel mitzvahs bin ich dem Eberstens. Tzeno urena, to go out of yourself and to experience that, he needed his wife. B'nois tziyah. Malchus, moireres zah. Eishes chayil, ateres bail. To nekevet the save of Gover. What did she tell him? What did she reveal in him? One word, meine. It's not logic. It's not, we have a deal, you have a ksuva. It's called mine. Exclusivity and intimacy. It's the secret of attachment. Attachment is not about a logical equation of what I do for you, what you do for me. That's a result. It's an important result. When you have nothing else, that becomes the focus. But the real focus is, can I look at this person and say, meiner, he's mine. How did she feel that Alter Rebbe is hers? What, he's hers? He belongs to her, he belongs to nobody else. But that's what she felt. And that word, he showed that loyalty to God and loyalty to your spouse is exactly the same thing. Those who say meiner to God comes at the expense of marriage, they're completely misunderstanding the point. It's usually an ego trip. Because the language of attachment, sadna da'ara chadhu. The language of attachment is one. The language of attachment is not something that needs logical equations. I was talking a few days ago. There's a Jew here, Sonny Perlman. He's a therapist, and he has what's called Our Village. Our Village is homes that he created for people in recovery. They should have a place where they could live and get the emotional support they need and not get thrown into a world that can be very nasty. So he told me that after years and years of different experiments, he realized that the most important thing for people is to be able to repair the attachment they didn't have as children. So I told him, so we were talking about it. So I told him, how does it work? How do you know if it's a language that's talking to that space of the soul? The answer is, whenever you're saying something that a 2-year-old child doesn't understand, it's not the language of attachment. It's intellectual theories. The language of attachment is the language that a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old and a 1-week-year-old understand. A 1-week-old understands. It's a different language. That's the language that Alter Rebbe's wife was saying. Meine sagt. Meine, you're mine. What makes you mine? Loyalty, attachment, dedication. He said, that's Judaism. That's Judaism. That's Yiddishkeit. Mit ein mitzvah. She showed to him a different dimension that he didn't have. Kevayachal. That's Sovev Kalalman. Sovev Kalalman means, I don't need anything else. Where's logic going to bring me? It's going to bring me to another philosophical, cute, mathematical truth. Fine, soll sein zu gesund. Who needs that? Now, the truth is, Alter Rebbe was a big chassid of Mamala Kalalman also. But only because it was Sovev Kalalman. Because seichel and identity and maturity is all part of the process, but it's all a vehicle for attachment. It's not a distraction of attachment. Alter Rebbe also held from Olam Haba. Rabbi Yoina held from Olam Haba. Rabbi Akiva held from Olam Haba. Alter Rebbe also held from. He didn't want Olam Haba to be a distraction. Olam Haba is a good place as long as there's attachment in Olam Haba. Meine sagt, meine, mine. And when that place is revealed, when that part of the soul is revealed, I don't need explanations for the stories of my life. Back to the Lashon of the Rebbe. It's a part. It's a level of a relationship where you don't need an explanation, you don't want an explanation, and you can't give an explanation. How is he supposed to explain what happened to him in his life? Every explanation, trust me, is going to fail miserably for good reason. Even if somebody is a brilliant spiritual genius, it's going to fail. So you say, so what? Yeah, blind faith. Sovev Kalalman is not blind faith. It's very hard to say in words. But it's the ability to be able to look at pain, and there's no need to manipulate it, to exploit it, to explain it, to rationalize it. There's the ability to look at the mystery and embrace the mystery with absolute empathy and love, and with all the grief and the pain that comes with it. And the ability to say, I don't know. There's something completely transcendent, but I don't want to lose attachment. I don't want to lose authenticity. I'm not going to let go of my heart and my feelings just in order to put God into a rational box. What happens so often is, in our desperation to make sense of Yiddishkeit and Emunah, emes, we take God and we force him into boxes of calculations. So this person is learning Ramchal and is trying to figure out how evil works. And the Ramchal has 2 systems. And this person is learning Rabbeinu Yoina, and this person is learning Moreh Nevuchim, and this person is learning good holy Svarim, and this person has a Medrash, and then this person has a Vertel, and then this person has another Biur, and the bottom line is, your Emunah was not shattered. The only problem is, your authenticity was destroyed. But in complete surrender to truth and authenticity, you can find bliss. It's not a bliss that comes from easy comfort. It's a bliss that comes from saying that the soul deep, deep down doesn't need anything else but you alone. So you'll say, yeah, but we have a life and we have expectations and we have a house and we want to live. And I get it all. We get it. But this was the Nekuda that Alter Rebbe, all the way from the Baal Shem Tov, the Alter Rebbe, all the way to the Rebbe, they had the Mesiras Nefesh. To be able to give this light to the world, never doubt the relationship, the intimacy, Meine sagt, oneness. I once heard from the Yoel Khan, Rabbi Khan was it's an interesting man, and he was the Rebbe's chayzer from the beginning. It's like very, very. It was just the way a chassid speaks. So he was once Farbrengen with us, and as Bachram, so he said there was somebody came out of Yechidus by the Rebbe. The Rebbe did not mince words. The Rebbe was he told people what he felt. It wasn't always with a smile. It was a deeper smile. It wasn't an external smile. So Rabbi says this person comes out from the Rebbe's room, and he comes into the Beis Medrash to the Zal in 770 upstairs, and Rabbi is there, and he's tzurudert, he's shaking. So Rabbi says, "Was ist geschehen?" He says, "Ich bin beim Rebbe. The Rebbe is breiges auf mir. The Rebbe is very upset at me." So he's tzurudert. The Rebbe is upset at me. Rabbi told us that he had a lisp. He had an intense lisp. I told him, "Nicht gefährlich. It's not terrible. The Rebbe is breiges auf dir. He's probably upset at you because it's probably the right thing to be upset at you. Like in English, you would say, you're probably an idiot. I mean, he didn't know that word, but as some of us less sophisticated people say, you probably behaved like a jerk. So, he's actually normal to be upset at you. He said, "Ich hab nicht mehr von dem. Breiges auf dir jetzt. Ich kenn dir. Was ist ein Breiges? Ich hab mehr, du sollst dich werden Breiges auf der Rebbe." What I'm worried is you shouldn't get upset at the Rebbe. He says, because that's going to be the end of your spiritual life. In other words, the Rebbe is upset at you. He's not running away from you. He's telling you the truth. He's telling you there's things we have to fix. There's things we have to heal. There's some painful stuff here. What are you worried? The attachment was not threatened. Mine is akt. It's like Ash Tzadikim Daimel B'Ram Hashem. He's busy with the Teichich. Loi ma'astim avgam zois b'yoisem be'eretz oiveyem. Loi ma'astim v'loi ga'altim l'chaloisem. Benkach u benkach atem kriyim bonim. I'm not running away from this relationship. On the contrary, I'm pained because I'm not running away from this relationship. That's why I'm pained, because I'm in the relationship. You don't have to worry. He's not running away. The problem is you're going to get upset at him. Oh, you're upset at me. He says, then you're done. A relationship doesn't mean there's no pain. A relationship means that the relationship is deeper than the pain. The pain is in the context of the relationship. Meine sagt. I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah, very good.
Huh?
I didn't know.
We live in a generation of a lot of pain. And as I told somebody when I was in Israel, it's a fascinating thing because nobody knows where the pain came from. Our parents and grandparents thought they went through the Holocaust. They're giving a new generation freedom, prosperity, money, wealth, moizdas, everything. All they wanted from the new generation is, don't complain. Just be good kids. We're going to hatch you, we're going to match you, we're going to dispatch you. Invite us for the Wachnacht. If you want, I'll give a check for the Bar Mitzvah and a bigger check for the Sheva Brachas. Just give me some nachas. Suddenly there's a whole new generation of kids who are like, I'm in pain. So people are like, what are you in pain? You a bunch of spoiled brats, narcissistic, lazy, good-for-nothings. You invented trauma. B'dikas chametz became trauma. Really? Should I tell you what b'dikas chametz looked like in my house? Should I tell you what my father, my Zayda looked like by b'dikas chametz? The truth is, the pain of this generation is not physical. It's spiritual. Physically, the Jews have it better than ever before. It's all spiritual pain. It's the pain of a neshama that misses God. It's not physical pain. Let's face it, this generation of Jews has more comfort than all of Jewish history put together. It's a fact. With all of the tragedies, and all of them, I'm not minimizing chas v'shalom pain, but with all the tragedies that we have today, compare it to 100 years ago, and you'll see it's paradise. So what are the kids complaining about? Every teenager should come home and say, Mommy, Tati, thank you for giving us the most amazing life in Monsey and in Lakewood and in Borough Park and in Williamsburg and in Monroe and in Crown Heights and in Meir Sharm and B'nai Brak. Instead of kids who are, I heard a girl tell her mother, I want to sue you for bringing me to the world without asking permission. It's a new lawsuit. You're going to sue your parents for giving birth to you without permission. You hear? It's gewaldig, right? So you look at these kids, you say a bunch of brats, narcissistic brats. It's spiritual pain. It shows you that people, Karl Marx believed, he was also a Jew, that people are physical. They're just economic machines. Give them economics and they're happy. The whole voice of the Baal Shem Tov was, no, people are divine, having a human experience. They're divine. The pain of this generation is completely spiritual. There's nothing physical about it. It's the soul traumatized by separateness from Ein Oid Milvado. Bismaskim? And the only remedy for that is 2 words. Meine sagt. Meine. Attachment. The only remedy. Meine sagt. And that's what the Rebbe taught to all of his students, all of the shluchim, any chassid, anybody who wanted to listen. The first thing is you have to love Jews. Give them attachment, give them safety, give them security. Tell them, Ahavti eschem amar Hashem. Meine sagt. You're mine. Non-negotiable. Now psychology and neuroscience is catching up. A child who has that experience of attachment can become the most successful person in the world. Without that, we become wounded souls looking for attachment everywhere and usually destructive places. Meine sagt. Dveikus, intimacy. And intimacy is not about logic. Your relationship with Hashem, I don't need to understand, I don't want to understand, and I can't understand. Not because it's not there, because no logical mathematics will even come close to define what it is. It's an inyan atzmi, v'nafshoy, kshura b'nafshoy. And if we don't talk about that, we're missing the whole point. We're missing the core, the atzmius. Emes? And that's what Chassidus is. Chassidus is, wie sagst du, soivav kalam, and ani Hashem lo yishanisi, atu achalei nivra olam. It's a unity, not on a level of logic. So now I'll make deals with God. I'm going to be nice, you be nice. I do this, you do this. In Elul, he's in a bad mood, so you got to do these gulas to get him in a good mood. Asay Shemei Tshuva, stay far away. If you can go to the Zimbabwe, much better. But if you have to stay in Monsey, you got to make sure to do these gulas to catch God in a good mood, and hopefully bein hashmashos. Between moods, you'll catch him, and you'll get what you need. So that's not really Mamala Kalalman, that's Avodah Zarah. Mamala Kalalman is authentic, it's just Mamala Kalalman. We're making deals and shmil. They say in grief there's stages, right? The first stage is denial. Then there's anger. And then there's bargaining. Bargaining. What's bargaining? Bargaining is, let's make a deal, 50-50. I'll start Daf Yomi, and you be nice to me, Okay, I'll do Daf Yomi, I do already, okay. So we'll do Yerushalmi. We'll do Mishnah Yomis, Halacha Yomis, whatever it is. Huh? Rambam is already an inyan from Dichalein. It's not a deal. We make deals, and I get it. We make deals where, and then God disappoints us. And it's very painful, and we get very angry. And we lose our faith, and this whole Yiddishkeit becomes a pressure. And one has to have a lot of empathy, a lot of compassion, because there's a lot of pain here. You grow up with a quid pro quo system. Like you behave and God behaves and you do good and he does good. And things just don't work out that way always. Ein biyadeinu loy mishalvus harishayim v'loy miyisurei hatzadik. Ein biyadeinu. The Gemara it says in Pirkei Avos. Ein biyadeinu. We don't know. The system is very complex. So was yeah? What yeah? So the Rebbe says, I'm not going to use an electric opener. I have to contain all the tears. It's presence, it's empathy, it's presence, it's love. It's embracing the mystery and infinity of life with authenticity, with grief, with tears, but not to close the heart. And then you also experience joy. It's a different type of joy. It's not the joy that's in the textbooks. Everything works out. That's not the joy. It's the joy of minor. It's the joy of a soul melting away in intimacy. Of mili b'shamayim v'mchalech baretz. There's no ego there. And there's no joy like the death of ego. You hear what I'm saying? There's no joy in life like the joy of the death of ego. All joys in life outside of the death of ego are compensations for the lack of real joy. So today I get joy because I got a nice donation. Tomorrow I get joy because I'm going to get nice texts. The next day I get joy because I had another success story. The next day I have joy because this one complimented me, this one validated me. It's all counterfeit joys because I don't have the only real joy that my soul needs. And what's the only real joy that my soul needs is? It doesn't want to exist. You know what's the most painful thing for a neshama? To exist as a being. The neshama wants minor. Bittul. It's an interesting thing. I grew up by the Rebbe, and I never always understood. His bittul was incredible. There was once a Jew, he went by, it's a small story, but it was so meaningful for me. Ad hayoim, it teaches me so much. There was a Jew, I knew him, he was very, very sick. Physically sick, and he was a young man. He lived in Florida. And he was a Chabad chassid, and he suffered a lot. He had a lot of illnesses at a very young age. And once he went by the Rebbe for dollars. The Rebbe would give dollars every Sunday for many hours. And he's walking, he's on the line, and he comes to the Rebbe, and he does something that you would not expect, certainly not from a Chabad chassid, but even from anybody. He goes like this to the Rebbe. You remember like your teacher would do in third grade? Like you're going to get it, you're going to be punished, you're going to lose recess for a year. He's going like this to the Rebbe. Now, Pashat, from a menschliche point of view, the Rebbe was probably 3 times his age. Besides being the Lubavitcher. I mean, he's making like this. Like, you made a boo-boo. Before he comes to the Rebbe. The Rebbe sees him doing this. And he turns to the Rebbe and he says these words, I am so disappointed with you. That's it. I am so disappointed with you. And I want to know, how is the Rebbe going to respond to that? It's not usually what people would tell him. Usually they would ask for a blessing, they would ask for advice, they would thank for something, but usually people would not say this. And this is Nachal Chabatske, who's a chassid. And the Rebbe was not his age. And he's making like this, I am so disappointed with you. And the Rebbe looked at him, he did not divert his gaze. And he repeated his words. He said, you are very disappointed with me. That makes 2 of us. Because I am very disappointed with myself too. Atkan. It makes 2 of us. Because I am very disappointed with myself too. It was fascinating. I didn't expect that. I'm thinking even myself, somebody comes over to me, and says, I'm really disappointed with you. So I have enough experience, not to tell him, jump in the lake. Go find another nudnik to deal with. I'll listen. But inside, it's much nicer to get a compliment, right? And I saw this serenity, the equilibrium, the menuchas hanefesh. You're so he repeated his words. And then he said, join the club. I'm with you. Like, you think you're disappointed with me? You know how disappointed I am with myself? The Rebbe once said publicly in a sikha, 12 months to the day of his stroke. Chav Ches Nisan Tavshin Aleph. He said, everything I did in this world was lahevel v'larik. My entire life work was futile. I wanted to bring redemption to the world, and I failed. 12 months later, literally by the day, Chav Zayin Adar Aleph, he suffered a stroke while he was davening at the oil of the Rebbe Rayatz. And 2 years later, exactly the same day, he had a second stroke. Same day, Chav Zayin Adar Aleph, and he passed away a few months later. He said those words about himself. Everything I did was lahevel v'larik. I wanted to bring redemption. I tried with every fiber. He said in Yiddish, Alts gekent. It's also an interesting thing. If somebody comes to me and says, Rabbi, why? I did everything I can. I would always say, probably you could do a little more. You could take off time from watching my clips or watching somebody else's clips, or maybe take a little time off breakfast or whatever it is. Sleep a little less. Who in the world could say about anything, I did everything I can? Come on. Everything? You did a lot. Everything? Now, the Rebbe was not shaykh to Guzma. I could tell this to you with authenticity. The Rebbe was not a dramatist. What he said was emes la'amita. He wasn't even shaykh to drama. He said, the person should testify about himself at the age of 89, not at the age of 16. At the age of 89, and he said, I was not successful. I wanted to bring the geula, and I did not. It was these words, lahevel v'larik. It was so hard to hear that the writers didn't even write down the words. It's not printed. They didn't write it because they didn't want to write it. Lahevel v'larik. They didn't want to write it. They didn't write it, so it's not in the sikha. They took out the words. But I heard it. Yeah, I was there. I heard it. They wrote loy hoyel. It didn't help. It's not what he said. He said lahevel v'larik. And then he said, I wasn't even successful in taking us all out from the Golus Pnimi, B'inyonei Avodas Hashem v'chule. In other words, there's taking the Jewish people out of the Golus, the general Golus, but there's another Golus, the Golus Pnimi. The Baal Shem Tov taught that Golus and Geula are states of consciousness. Golus is Das and Geula is Das. So the Rebbe said, I wasn't even successful in liberating ourselves, us, all of us, from the Golus Pnimi B'inyonei Avodas Hashem. It was very, very hard to hear. Why am I saying this? Was haben wir geredet, Vater?
I'm disappointed about myself also.
He said this publicly. If a person tells you, I'm disappointed in you, okay, you're a gentleman, you see somebody with no ego, he says, I'm with you. It was so interesting. There was no defense mechanism. I'm telling this to you, next time your wife tells you, I'm disappointed with you, what do most husbands do? You're disappointed with me? How much did you spend on the credit card last week? And what did I do? And even if he's smart enough not to say anything, because he went to enough therapy, but what is he feeling inside? But that's all because we're living in defense, we're living in coping mechanisms. Nebuch. It's not because you have an ego, it's because you have no ego. The Rebbe looked at him and said, I'm with you. I'm completely with you. Like, I feel all this pain. I'm disappointed. There's a lot of pain in this world, and you're sick. I know that. I'm with you. I wish you could be healthy. I cry with you. There was also something else. The worst thing for the deepest thing of a chassid and a Rebbe is loyalty, like in a marriage. We learned Shabbos the Maimon, look at the Torah, loyalty. This man was telling the Rebbe, I'm disappointed with you. In a way, he was detaching. He's like, you're not for me. And the Rebbe said, you know what? I'm here with you in the disappointment too. Ich bin dein Rebbe in your disappointment. I'm fine. I'm with you. Imagine when your son or your daughter comes to you and really shows you that they're disappointed in you. What do many parents do? The biggest mistake they make, they detach. You're disappointed with me, you ungrateful, narcissistic, spoiled brat. I spent $600,000 on your education, therapy, nurture, nature, everything. All you could do is say yeshikoyach. That's what we do, right? And we understand why. We're wounded. What about if I could stay fully present, and say, I'm not running away. I'm with you. You don't have to, I'm not detaching from you in this disappointment. I'm with you. You're disappointed with me? I'm with you. Ich bin noch als dein Rebbe. The first Maimed of the Rebbe was Basi Legani Tovshin Yud Aleph, Yud Shvat, 1951. Yuzeda was there, no? The first Farbrengen. He tells the story. So the Rebbe then, it was the first Maimed he said, he accepted the leadership of Chabad 1 year after the passing of his father-in-law, 1951. So the Rebbe then in that Maimed, it's an amazing Maimed, but in that Maimed he went through the Chabad Rebbe, he told a story about each Rebbe. So he told a story about the Mittler Rebbe, the son of the Alter Rebbe. And he said that there was a younger man who came to the Mittler Rebbe, his name was Rabbeinu Doiv Ber, the son of the Balatanya. And he asked for a tikkun. The Rebbe's lashon was, Azelche inyanim was younger light, fregen af tikkun of them. It was those types of things that young people ask for help. Later the Rebbe said it was Chatas Nu'urim. Chatas Nu'urim means the sins of youth, which basically represents things that are connected to the Ois Bris Kodesh. Things that are connected to the intimate parts of a person's life. And he asked for a tikkun. So the Rebbe said like this. The Mittler Rebbe had uvgef in the arbel. He rolled up his sleeve. And he showed, and over there, he showed him that Safad Oiroi al Atzmai, which means there was a part of his skin that was shriveled up. It was dried, it was emaciated. Safad Oiroi. It's like after a burn. And the Mittler Rebbe hat ihm gesagt, as das ist zu lieb dein Chatas Norim. This is what happened to me because of what happened to you. That's the story. So when you hear the story, at first glance, it's strange. When I heard the story the first time, I heard it on tape. I was thinking, why would a Rebbe say that? A person is coming to a tikkun, you give him comfort. You say, don't worry, we can fix it. He's saying like, look at the skin, right? Right? It's almost like, you should feel guilty, you should feel shame, like you destroyed my life, not only your life. So the Rebbe explained the story. He said the Mittler Rebbe essentially, the Mittler Rebbe was he was in a different world. But he was so, the Rebbe said, he was betachlis ayis kashrus vayis achdus with his chassidim, that what happened to that person falling down, he didn't become detached. He said, what happened to you happened to me also. What was his point? His point was as follows. Don't think for a moment that I abandoned you. And don't think for a moment that you left me. Wherever you went, I went with you. So on one hand, it's such a source of guilt, like I schlepped the Mittler Rebbe with me. But it also means something else. Yeah, you did take me with you. You did take me with you, but you know what? That means we're going up. I'm not staying in the abyss. The Mittler Rebbe is not staying in the abyss. I'm going out. You're coming with me. It would be very easy to say, don't worry, it's nothing. He didn't say, don't worry. He said, look, I'm dealing with it. That's called relationship. That's called attachment. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it. I'm suffering. You're in pain? I know this pain. It didn't only happen to you, it happened to me. But that means, meine sagt. At the surface, it's like, come on, just say nice things to me. Nicht gefährlich. He didn't say that. He says, "Sie gefährlich. Sie gefährlich. It's very dark. But I just want to tell you something. I didn't run away from you. I'm not going to run away. I'm there. I have to go to places where I wouldn't go on my own. Yeah, that's what a Rebbe is. That's what a leader, that's what a father does. That's what the brain does. The brain connects to like I said before, a brain doesn't detach from the body. But that means, I'm going up, you're coming with me. That's what Hashem told Moshe after the Chet HaEgel. Lech reid. Go down. You got to go down. Don't stay up. Go down. Soiviv Kalalmin is not. God doesn't care. He's infinite. Who needs you, B'chlal? You don't matter. Your child doesn't matter. It's a relationship from a different level. It's a different magnitude. You didn't say the wrong words. I'm just being marchiv what you said. You didn't say the wrong words at all. Why did you say the wrong words? Oh, you mean about Koloi Choshev?
Yeah, no, I said it doesn't matter about me.
There's people who learn the Maimon, they don't understand what Kula Kamei Koloi Choshev is. They think Kula Kamei Choshev means you're like an ant, you're a nobody. Kula Kamei Koloi Choshev means, that you're purely Ein Sof. There's nothing in your Metzias that's separate. And anything in your Metzias that's separate is coming from a blockage. Anyway, the Olam relates a little bit to what we're saying here. So Mele Seichel, nicht kann verstehen, nicht will verstehen, nicht darf verstehen. You understand? This itself you have to understand. That's Chabad, Chachma ben Adas. You have to understand. Because if you don't understand, it's too aloof. You have to understand that Seichel, not it could understand, not it wants to understand, not it needs to understand. You say, come on, we're intellectual people. Nah, trust me, you're not an intellectual. And even if you are, it's not what your soul needs. Your soul needs dichalein. And you know what? Even if you are an intellectual, let the intellect channel infinity. Don't get the infinity stuck in the intellect. The more we try to explain this, the more I'm going to ruin it. So B'meila will say l'chaim. On the Ebershter zal geben that we should have the schus to be able to live and breathe, to be able to live and breathe the authentic truth of Yiddishkeit. Meine sagt, Zeno Rena benoist ziehen. Gehen von sich und seine Lekuse das durch benoist ziehen. Some of us know this, that because of our spouses, we got to see God. I could say this about myself. It's true about me. Huh? We can't clap. It's true about me. Tzena or Rena, mit geht heraus von sich, it's through benoist ziehen. And it's precisely because it challenges very, very deep places. Tzena or Rena benoist ziehen. And that's why Eishes Chayla Teres Baila, Nekevet Eseviv Gover, Malchus Moirere Zah, since it's Fort not a shir, I'm not going to explain the three expressions of the Alter Rebbe, but there's a diuk in each one, which we have to figure out. So we should all have the schus to be Tzeno or Rena B'nois Tzion. Tzeno or Rena B'nois Tzion, to be able to see B'nois Tzion, to help us go out of ourselves. What do we mean ourselves? Not of our true selves. Go out of our comfort zones. Go out of our clutter. Go out of our fake selves. Go out of our coping mechanisms and see Elokus. And those of us, and it's in the future it's going to be all of us, but those of us who were Zoicha, to be able to experience the light, the Ur of the Rebbe, of the Alter Rebbe, of the Baal Shem Tov, which is the Ur of Ein Sof that came through them because of their bittul to Ein Sof. Need to realize that it's a shlichus, it's a mission. Klal Yisrael, Amchi Yisrael, Tzichem Parnasa. The world is searching for oxygen. And this is the oxygen of Dara de Ikvus de Meshicha. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Ya 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 the mama oh you know ma ya 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 ay 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 ay. Amen. Hashem should help to give you atzlach and everything. Good health and menachas hanefesh. Amen. Hashem should guide you in the right way. Be able to find all the light and healing that you need. Let's get the brother's drasha. Ay, ay, ay. Hashem should fulfill all your heart desires. Chaim, Chaim, Chaim. The Rebbe is euch da. Ya 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 baba 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 Teufels gewinn. Ay, 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 Du kennst dem Dingen. Ay, 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 Ashreinu, Ashreinu, Matov Chalkeinu, Ashreinu, Matov Chalkeinu, Ashreinu. Du kennst das Fillen, eh? Du kennst das Fillen. Ashreinu, Matov. Oh, Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa, Yafiruz. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa. Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Mayafa. Zegam b'shvilcha. Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Mayafa. Oh, Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa. Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa. Ashreinu, Ashreinu, Matov, Lakewood. Come on, boy. Nayim, 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 Gair Aleinu, oh, Mayafa. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu, oh, Mayafa, Yafa. Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu, oh, Mayafa, oh, Manayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu, oh, Mayafa. Ashreinu, 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 Matov Chalkeinu, Ashreinu, Ashreinu, Matov Chalkeinu, Ashreinu, 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 Matov Chalkeinu, Ashreinu, Ashreinu, Matov Chalkeinu. Oh, Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, oh, Manayim. Oh, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, Nayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Hey, oh, Manayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa. Manayim, Nayim, Gair Aleinu. Mayafa, Yafa, Yerushalayim. Oh, Manayim, Gair Aleinu. Oh, Mayafa. Oh, Manayim, Gair l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. I was once in Melbourne, in Australia. I was invited to speak over there, so I met the Chabad Shliach to Melbourne. For many, many years, he was the Rav of the community, and he built many moizdas there. His name was Rav Yitzchak David Groner, Rabbi Yitzchak Groner, Olav Shalom. So I went into, the day I came, I went into his office. We schmoozed for a while. So he shared with me that he suffered from anxiety and depression. Bichlal, I should just say this in parentheses, the Baal Shem Tov and the Alter Rebbe especially instituted the concept of a Farbrengen. Was Pshat Farbrengen, getting together. Jews always got together. They got together to daven and they got together to learn. Beis HaKnesses and Beis HaMedrash. But the Baal Shem Tov and especially the Baal HaTanya wanted very much a Farbrengen. What's a Farbrengen? Farbrengen, it's to davening, you go to daven. Learn is a shir, you go to learn. Farbrengen is where people just show up with their authentic selves, without shame. Today, people have to go to 12-step programs and other programs where people can be honest. But really, before the 12-step programs, the whole movement of Chassidus was creating a safe space where people could come together and be open and vulnerable about life. Showing up. There's an expression in Baba Metzia, Heilach, Harei shel chalafanecha. Showing up. Here, God, Harei shel chalafanecha. Here I am. K'moishu. K'moishu. Things changed a little bit. I'm busy with shidduchim, chaystecha in Gaman, achsidish in Gaman. My kids got to get into seminary. My kids got to get into a good mesifta. You want me to sit and what? Talk about myself? That doesn't exist. So we have herring, we have kugel, but that has nothing to do with Judaism. That has to do with, people who are hungry for some numbers. Okay, so herring is actually from the better numbers. If you have to choose between numbers, so sein herring. There's worse. Kakash cake is from the better numbers in 2024. There's worse numbers. No, the reason I'm saying this is because when I said that he told me that he suffered from anxiety and depression, a few people looked at me like, that's what he told you? Yeah, that's what he told me. And he told me that once he was on Yechidus by the Rebbe, by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, he would come once a year from Melbourne to New York, and he would stay for a few weeks, and before he left, he was on Yechidus. And he told me that before he went out of the room, the Rebbe looked at him and said, "The first tzurich in Australia. You're going back to Australia. Best to flee in the Pacific. You're going to fly over the Pacific Ocean. So nehmen dein Mutter Scheure und reinwerfen in the Pacific. Take your depression and anxiety and cast it into the Pacific Ocean." Adkan. What does this mean? You take your anxiety and throw it into the Pacific. How exactly does that work? If anybody knows how that works, they'd probably make a lot of money from that recipe. The first thing he was telling him is, you are not your anxiety. You are not your depression. It's a suitcase that you're carrying. It's a heavy suitcase. It's a suitcase that's in your brain. It's a suitcase that doesn't stop. That's true. But it's not you. The first thing is to make a differentiation between you and your anxiety. You have to know that you, at your core, you're not anxious. Anxiety is not a property of the soul. Anxiety is a property of parts of us in which the soul is blocked. Anxiety comes up with all types of nice rationale. It uses religion, it uses God, it uses every excuse in the world to make you anxious, but essentially it's not a property of your soul. Oiz v'chedva b'mkayma. In the space of the divine of Hashem, there's confidence and there's joy. Oiz v'chedva b'mkayma. When you're in the space b'mkayma, you're confident and you're joyous. Confidence doesn't mean egotistical. Confidence means you're a channel for Hashem. How could you not be confident? Why should you be not confident? Ani nivreisi l'shamar sheskaini. B'shvili nivra olam. Why should I not be confident? V'chedva. How could I not be joyous? What a gift to be a channel for so much love. That's the soul. That's how the soul thinks. What a gift to be a channel for so much love at this moment. It's incredible. The anxiety has a whole other agenda. Who am I? Who am I not? How am I going to perform? How am I not going to perform? What's going to happen? What's not going to happen? It's not a property of the soul. This is a property. It's a coping mechanism that was created by the animal soul in order to protect itself either from disappointment or because of tremendous fear or because of abuse or because of whatever reason. So the first thing that Rebbe told him was, take your depression, take your manushchid and throw it into the Pacific. The first thing is not you. It sits in you. It sits in your brain, but it's not you. And that's so critical to understand and to feel, because this is a generation where so many people are suffering from anxiety. How do I know? How do I know? Because I have Ruach HaKodesh. Because I also suffer from anxiety. That's how I know. Kamayim aponim leponim, kein leva adam ala adam. That's one way I know, and another way I know is because people tell me. And the anxiety is not coming from rational, deep calculations. The anxiety will always latch on to anything. It will find a reason to take over. And it takes over. And the worst thing you can do with anxiety is try to shame it and guilt it. Like argue with it. All your anxiety wants is you should argue with it. It loves when you argue with it. Because then it has an answer, and then you argue, and then it has another answer, and 3 days later, you're still busy. And you never get to tiyufta and let it alone. The Gemara at some point is like, tiyufta, move, we're moving on. Anxiety, no. There's another kasha, and a teretz, and a raya. And we think we're arguing with our anxiety. The argument against anxiety is the anxiety. It's a mistake that we make. It's not going to be healed through the brain. The brain is part of the vicious cycle. Anxiety we begin to heal by first of all expanding our vessels and making space for it, not being afraid of it, breathing into it and actually accepting it with empathy and with love and with TLC, and allowing ourselves to actually feel all the parts of ourselves, because then we will also feel the part that's not anxious. You don't fight anxiety with anxiety. There was a Yid, he passed away recently. He worked in the Rebbe's house. His name was Reb Shalomber Gansberg. It just popped into my head. And he shared with me once, the Rebbe used to make Havdalah for his Rebbetzin and Mitzvah Shabbos when he would come home. I don't know, 1 week, either she wasn't there, so the Rebbe made Havdalah himself. So he asked Gansberg, who worked in his house, his name was Reb Shalomber Gansberg, if he could make Havdalah for his wife. Because the Rebbe already made Havdalah. So he said, sure. So he prepared the Havdalah, and to his dismay, the Rebbe is standing there watching his Havdalah. That he didn't expect. He thought the Rebbe is going to go away, and he could make Havdalah for the Rebbe's wife, but the Rebbe is watching his Havdalah. So he told this to me. He said, I lost it. And whatever went wrong could go wrong. He dropped a candle and he dropped psalmim and he spilled the wine. He was a very bottled yid. His name was Reb Shalom Berg Gansberg. He just passed away a few months ago. Yeah, he passed away in 770. So he was Ben Bayis by the Rebbe. He helped the Rebbe and the Rebbe in the last years. So also the earlier years. And he told us, he said, everything, it was a disaster. And the Rebbe was looking, and it was like, he was a very humble Jew, so he was a very hatznei alechas, and he was very modest. And the Rebbe is looking at him, so he lost it. He dropped the wine, he dropped the sum, he dropped the candle. It was a churban. In Miskenya. He told us to me. After Havdalah, he felt even worse. So he was doing the laundry, and he dropped the towels. He was bringing the laundry, and everything fell. And the Rebbe was walking in the house, and in front of the Rebbe, he dropped everything. So the Rebbe looked at him and said these words. This is what he told me. Depression is an Aveda. Mekenish mesaken sein ein Aveda mit a zweite Aveda. Depression is a sin. You don't fix one sin by doing another sin. What he was trying to tell him is, very often we think anxiety and depression is the tikkun. It's not the tikkun. It's the reinforcement of the sin. When you fight anxiety with anxiety, all you're doing is telling your anxiety that it won. We don't fight anxiety by fighting anxiety. We don't fight anxiety. We create space for anxiety. It's a famous expression in Chassidus that Rebbe used to say it a lot. It's from Torah, from the Alter Rebbe, that the tachlis of life is to bring together Yaakov and Esav. Oid is the toyu, bekelim the tikkun. Oid is the toyu means light of chaos. Bekelim the tikkun in vessels of healing and integration. Oidas the toyu are infinite. They're chaotic. They're all over the place. But it's toyu. Tikkun is structure, integration, healing, fixed tikkun. The kelim of tikkun are small. They're very structured. The oidas of toyu are expansive. They're infinite. That's why they broke all the kelim. It's called shviras hakelim. The inyan of geula is oidas the toyu, bekelim the tikkun. You should be able to have the lights of Toyu within the Kalim of Tikkun. How do you do that? You expand the Kalim. Anxiety always comes from Toyu. There's a very deep oid in anxiety. It's containing some deep truth that is chaotic. Don't fight it. Expand your Kalim. Expand your Kalim. Your soul is big enough to contain your anxiety too. It's counterintuitive. I want to fight things. I want to get rid of it. Don't get rid of it. Expand the kelim, breathe into it, make space for it, have empathy for it. And in a very paradoxical way, what happens is you make space for all the parts of yourself, including your divine soul, which has no anxiety. It's a chelik elakam imal mamash. And that's what the Rebbe told him. Don't think your anxiety is you. It's not you. There's a Pacific Ocean. It's very big. Find a place, throw it into the Pacific Ocean. That ability to differentiate. You say, yeah, but it's me. No, it's inside of me. It feels like it's me, but it's not me. We're living now in a generation where there's tremendous anxiety. All across the board. And the reason not everybody is talking about it is not because they don't have it. Enough people are talking about it, and those who are not talking about it, so there are those who don't have it. Baruch Hashem, Shechiyanu v'kimanu. They dropped it in the Pacific. Or they don't have a place to talk about it. And people don't realize that we're living in a time where we're preparing for the intimacy between Yisrael v'Kodesh Kol Echad, the intimacy between a Jew and Hashem, between the world and Hashem, what's called Dira B'Tachtayim. And in that moment, in that experience, there is absolute bliss. There's Tamuru Kitov Hashem, versucht wird ihr sein, als der Eberster ist gut. So you say, welcher Eberster is good? Nicht mein Eberster. Which God is good? Tell you the God I grew up with. But the David HaMelech also knew. And David HaMelech said, Tamuru K'Tov Hashem. So if God is not good, it means that you're worshiping an alien God. So until you can't find a Tov Hashem, it means you're worshiping an alien God. It's not about judgment, but we have to realize that. Avram Avinu became the first Jew when he broke and smashed the idols of Terach. So today we need Avram Avinus to take the idols of Terach and to smash it. But today the idols are much more sophisticated. Terach's idols looked like Fahakta idols. So you smashed. Today to be Avram Avinu, you need a lot of courage to smash the idols of Terach. And the idols of Terach are very, very lethal. They're poisonous because they're Avodah Zaros. Tamuru, this is not my niggin. Alter Rebbe once came to Shklov and he went on the bimah and he gave a clap on the bimah in Shklov and he said, Tamuru, ki tov avaya, versucht vetizen, as der Eibishter is good. Taste and you'll see. Taste. How do you tell somebody that something is delicious? You can't give a speech about it. You have to taste it. You have to taste it. That's what our generation needs. We've learned and learned and learned and learned. People need tamuru, experiential taste. I don't have to convince anybody that this food, that food is delicious. Taste it. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to argue with me. We're learning and learning and philosophizing and more articles and more essays and more websites and more shiurim and more sfanim. Alles gewaltig. Aber tamuru ki tov avaya versucht vetizen as der Eibishter is good. This was the niggin of the Alter Rebbe in Shklov. Shklov is in Lithuania. The Rebbe told the story, put him Tovshin Yud Ches, and he said, "Zayne noch gelaufen, zendliker junge Leute," that became his greatest chassidim. They heard this word from the Alter Rebbe. What took them? The Yidden in Shklov, Talmidei Chachamim Ga'onim, the Tamuru K'Tov Hashem. They had enough with their brains and the analysis. They wanted to experience godliness. There's no substitute for that. Like I said before, if it's Judaism that a 2-week-old baby doesn't understand, it's not Judaism. Es ist nicht meine sagt. It's philosophy. Philosophy is for adults that use their brains to cover up their souls. Kids know Tamuru, they know it. That's why the Rebbe had a special affinity for children. His children get it. You can't. Don't give me meises mit shiurim mit tasbedim. Tamuru ki tov Hashem. The ice cream tastes good. I don't need shiurim. That ice cream tastes good. Rabbi Why to sit and give classes that ice cream tastes good. If you meditate on ice cream, and you'll reach a conclusion that nobody needs a shiur for ice cream, or for steak, or for sushi. Maybe for pickles and kale you need a shiur. For ice cream and beef, nobody needs a shiur. By a barbecue, I never saw it. A barbecue, I say, Chevra, I know that you're not interested, but let's meditate. Since your body needs to live in order to be able to access divine energy, and there's beef here, and there's barbecue sauce, asher l'chein. Try to arouse a thirst and a yearning and a pining. By the time I finish my speech, they're already after a few spare ribs and b'hisafa. The Toyhamel was already b'hisafa, trust me. When it comes to godliness, vu ven was another vart, mit avertel, tamuru, experiential. That's the only thing that combats anxiety. Tamuru k'tov Hashem. When we create space in our souls for all the experience, and then we allow our souls to experience its own relationship. They once told the Alter Rebbe, there's a sikha from the Rebbe Yartzeit, they came to Alter Rebbe and they told him, the Tanya came out, and the Chassidim said, we learned the Tanya, and it's not working for us. So the Alter Rebbe said, because you only got half. They said, what's the other half? The Alter Rebbe said, nigina, music, song. And then the Alter Rebbe created a system of nigunim. The Alter Rebbe himself composed nigunim, and it became an essential part of Chassidus. Why? Because the niggin is not words. Alter Rebbe once said, Werter seinen Kulmus haseichel, Unanigin is kulmus hanefesh. Words are the pen of the mind. A song is the pen of the soul. Words is the pen of the mind. The mind wants to write down its ideas, it uses words. A niggin is the kulmus hanefesh. The soul wants to write down. How does it write? Not through words, through a niggin. What does the niggin do? The niggin is the b'chin of tamur ukitoy. It's not words, it's not concepts, it's not vocabulary. Ah? Very good. There's a lashon in Chinuch Katan, and the second part of Tanya, Shara Yichud V'Emunah, has an introduction. It's called Chinuch Katan. So the Rebbe has a lashon of their Emunah Tahira, pure Emunah, Reina Emunah, pure Emunah. So there was a Yid, Reb Chatzah Fagin. He was killed in the Holocaust. He was, what's that Emunah Tahira? What's Emunah not Tahira? What's pure Emunah, not pure Emunah? So Emunah Tahira is Emunah was is nish verpatschget mit Seichel Anushi. Emunah that's not tainted. It's not tarnished with Seichel Anushi. So you'll say, but the whole inyan of the Alter Rebbe was Chachma bin Adas. The inyan of the Alter Rebbe was Chachma bin Adas, that the Seichel should be a channel for the Emunah. In other words, that the Seichel should be part of the Emunah. There were others, friends of the Alter Rebbe, who felt that the whole Seichel, you don't have to deal with the Seichel. Just deal with the Emunah. The Alter Rebbe felt if you only deal with Emunah, so then the person himself is not changed. The part of Emunah is inspired, but the mind, the intellect, the personality of the person remains separated. Practically, in the times of the Alter Rebbe, there were a lot of big tzaddikim. So a lot of his friends felt, what do you need Chabad, Chachma bin Adas? What do you have to learn Chassidus and understand Chassidus? Look at a tzaddik. Look at the Baditchev davening. Look at the Rebbe Reb Melech davening. Look at the Chayz of Lublin davening, and you'll have Yiras Shamayim. And it's true, it was that way. And the Alter Rebbe said, no. You have to make it your own. You have to learn and understand and talk to your animal consciousness and talk to your Chachma bin Adas and your triggers and make it your own. Why? They said, what do you need this for? Look at a tzaddik, get inspired. He'll trigger your neshama. Every Jew has a munah, and you're on fire. So the Rebbe said, no, you have to make it yours. He wanted everybody to be a little Rebbe. One of the reasons is because the Alter Rebbe saw the future. And he knew that in 100, 200 years, you won't have Rebbe Levitzer Baditchev walking around everywhere. And if all of Chassidus is only based on the personality of the tzaddik, what happens in a generation where you don't have so many such personalities, or you may have no such personalities? And then what often happens to Chassidus is it just becomes a social experience where people come together and it's nice, it's social, and they eat and they drink and they sing. But the spiritual fire is not there. So what did the Alter Rebbe do? He said, you have to make it your own. You have to internalize it. Shetehei shalheves oila me'eleha. It has to be your fire. He knew 200 years... If that's not what's going to happen, what's going to remain of Chassidus is stories, legacies, but the bottom line is you don't have the full authenticity and depth. You have a lot of Chassidim today, very good people. They wear the Streimel, they wear the Bekeshe, they wear the Gartel, they join the community, they sing Nigunim, they sing Zmiris, and they're good people. But they feel very, very inauthentic. So some are a little naive, and it works. Some are not naive, but they play the game. And some are authentic, and they're very turned off, and they're very cynical. Very cynical. Why? Because they feel a lot of superficiality, a lot of pettiness, a lack of intelligence, a lack of depth. Sometimes they even see politics. And Alter Rebbe understood all of this, and therefore he said, the big tzaddikim are good, gewaldig, but you need to learn and understand, and the kishkas. You should live with it. It should be your own thing. For this, you have to talk to your own animal soul. You have to know your animal soul. You have to have a conversation with your nefesh habahamis. Your nefesh elikis has to communicate with your nefesh habahamis. What's the role of seichel? The role of seichel is not to intellectualize God. The role of seichel is that your intellect shouldn't be an obstacle to infinity. All the explanations in Chabad Chassidus is that the emunah should flow with and through the intellect. The Chachma Min Hadas should become channels for infinity. It's not about philosophy. It's about even the seichel becomes part of Einoid Mulvadai. Because once the seichel becomes part of Einoid Mulvadai, then the midas can become part of Einoid Mulvadai. Then your animal soul can become part of Einoid Mulvadai. If not, Einoid Mulvadai remains abstract, aloof, sublime. Your neshama feels it. That's true always. But in a conscious, if you want to live it in your relationships, in your marriage, in your relationship with your children, in your work, in your office, in your bank account, when you're in your bedroom, in your kitchen, when you have crisis in life. You heard what Rabbi Shapiro said before. You know, when the spaghetti hits the fan, the old stories don't work. You must go to a much deeper place. Much deeper place. You know, today it's an interesting time. A lot of the old stuff, they're just not working. So you have people who are just saying, you know, this new generation, they're a bunch of brats and lowlifes because they're stubbornly holding on to their paradigms. They're not ready to let go. It's very hard for people who have control to let go. I understand. The Gemara says in Menachos, al good limud zchus, the Gemara says in Menachos, one of the Tanoim, he said, before they gave me leadership, if you would have told me that I'm going to become the leader, I would take him and I would pour a kumkum shalcham and I would pour a kettle of hot water on him. But once I'm a leader, if he wants to take me away, I'm going to put him in front of a lion. In other words, once you taste malchus, it's very hard to go away from it. So it's not just an ego thing, it's a genuine thing. It's very hard for people to let go and say, you know what, maybe there's a whole different perspective, maybe I'm not seeing things. It's very hard for people, I get it. So it's very easy to look and say, you know, these people, they're just selfish and bratty, but I don't think that's true. Maybe there's some truth to it. It's much deeper than that. You're looking at a generation that's looking for Tamu Ruki Toiv Hashem, Versucht vetizen as der Rebbe is good. And the Tamu Ruki Toiv Hashem only happens when I really, really, really open myself up to all the parts in me. If you close, you know, the water in the house, you shut down the water, which we do if there's a flood, all the water stops. You can't take a shower. You can't open the sink. When you shut down the pipe of pain, you shut down the pipe of joy. There's no water. It doesn't work. That only some emotions come. When we shut down the valve of emotions, everything shuts down. If you want the water to flow, there's going to be different forms of water. But you don't have to be afraid of anything. You don't have to be afraid. People are afraid of feeling their emotions. The Rebbe told them, I'm not afraid of your emotions. There's a big Pacific Ocean. I'm not afraid of your depression. I'm not afraid of your anxiety. You have to be able to differentiate. But when you do it with anxiety, like I get anxious about my anxiety and therefore I'm going to anxiously throw away my anxiety, I just reinforce it. The Olam understands what I'm talking about. Huh? Yeah? Abyssal? So what's this? So I want to bless everybody here who has anxiety. Maybe there's a minion, maybe there's less than a minion, maybe there's more than a minion, whatever the number is. Yeah. And I'm including myself too, and I'm including anybody who's watching, anybody who's going to watch or going to hear, or ish mipi ish. Huh? Very good. We say by the chametz, yeah? The chamise or the lo chamise? The chametz that I saw and the chametz, those who are aware and those who are not aware, but they're going to be aware. That we should all have the courage for two things. Number one, to be able to believe and embrace the part of you that has no anxiety. To be able to get a feel for it. To be able to experience its beauty, its holiness, its sacredness, how powerful it is. It changes everything. To be able to have the oil that shines its light on the fact that in the deepest place you're all love, your light, your infinity, your godliness. It's so tragic that these are all words, but so many of us just don't feel it. We don't experience it. Right? We say it, we don't experience it. There's nothing that substitutes experience, like to be able to experience that. And we have gifts today that Hashem gave our generation that allows us access to these parts. The parts of the soul that are not trapped by anxiety and by incessant anxiety. It's so sad because the anxiety has become so entrenched in our communities that people have learned to cope with anxiety so well that they don't even know what it means not to have it. In other words, they have made peace with their anxiety to the point that anxiety becomes bliss because they have no choice. It's like almost your concentration camp becomes your geula. The Rebbe once said at a Farbrengen, kedei zu lechzen, kedei zu dorsten, kedei zu betten for geula, darf man wissen, as mir is in Golos, und mir darf fill in Golos, kedei zu fill in geula. You have to experience what exile is in order to experience you're thirsty for redemption. If exile is redemption, I don't need geula, Golos. And that's our nisayan. We have become so good with dysfunction and insanity that insanity became geula. And we call it religion and God and chinuch and Torah. It's pure insanity, pure trauma, and it became geula. It's fascinating. How can you want geula if Golos became geula? You can't want geula if Golos is geula. Have geula. There's a ma'aseh they say, the Hillel Parasha was Farbrengen, and they needed some more wine. It reminds me to say l'chaim, l'chaim. So the person in the house told somebody, go down to the cellar, and over there's wine, you'll bring up wine. So he went down to the cellar, and he screams, it's pitch dark, it's a finster, ken ich sehen. I can't see anything. So the owner says, don't worry, wart a paar minut, wirst zugeweint werden zu der Finster, und wirst kennen sehen der Wein. Wait a few minutes, your eyelids will get used to the darkness, and then you'll make your way and you'll find the wine. So he gives a scream from the basement. He says, oh, von dem hab ich meure, als ich will zugeweint werden zu der Finster. That's what I'm afraid of. That I'm going to make peace, I'm going to become accustomed to the darkness. That's what I'm afraid of. The fact that there's darkness, that's not the worst darkness. The worst darkness is the darkness that becomes light. When people think that godliness is stupidity, is dysfunction. Chassidus is meshugas. Happiness is misery. Frumkeit and Yer Shamayim is repression, depression, anxiety. That's the tragedy. Because then there's no geula. At least if I say, I'm in Golos and I need geula. Oh! It's a word from the Chidush Harim. It says in Parshas Vayda, V'yitzeisi eschem mitachas sivlois Mitzrayim. I'm going to liberate you from sivlois Mitzrayim. So literally it means I'm going to take you out from the burdens, from the sevel, from the suffering of Mitzrayim. He says sivlois is from the word savlanut. I'm going to liberate you from tolerating Egypt. I'm going to extricate you from sivlois, from savlanut, from the fact that you have patience and tolerance. As long as you tolerate Mitzrayim, how can I get you out of Mitzrayim? It's fine, it's a beautiful place. Once you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, Once you say this is sickness, this is disease, this is not me, this belongs in the Pacific Ocean. Now, the beginning of redemption is to stop tolerating craziness, insanity. We became so good at gullahs that we started to tolerate insanity. Abuse is normal, dysfunction is normal, insanity is normal, pettiness is normal, craziness is normal, anxiety, everything, it's all normal. And it's not said in judgment. This is what coping mechanisms, this is how we live. It's normal. Becomes normal. So suddenly my anxiety becomes my simcha. Oh, I'm a very happy person. Somebody came to see me. A person is struggling a lot with their children. It was so profound what they told me, this father and mother, father and mother. So, they were experiencing this pain of their kids a whole day, like feeling how pain their kids are. That there is so much pain and pain and pain. And then they realized at some point that it's actually their own pain. They're projecting their own pain on their kids. They're miserable. But instead of saying, I have to deal with my own pain, my kids' pain, they put it all on their kids because they're not ready to face their own pain. So these poor kids, they don't realize they're trying to help their kids. These poor kids, when they meet their parents, what are they feeling? They're feeling how their parents see in these kids pain and anxiety and endless suffering. So how are these kids feeling? What do their parents make these kids feel about themselves? But it's all because they don't want to face their own pain. They're carrying their pain. They experience their pain through their children. And then we have religious words for it, holy, godly words for it. It's called chinuch, selflessness. No, you're a wounded. You have to be able to find your own soul, confront your own pain. Live with God, find your God. And then when you look at your child, you could see all the beauty in your child, and you could celebrate life, and then you know what happens? Your child can celebrate life. So stop tolerating Mitzrayim. Say this is Mitzrayim. But not in a way of shaming yourself. In a way of just appreciating the truth, the reality, and making space and having tremendous empathy and compassion for the fact that this is what I am experiencing and this is what I have to resort to in order to be able to live my life. This is my coping mechanism. Oir is the toyu, b'kelim the tikkun. Expand your kelim to contain all of this, and it's painful. But the truth is that you touch the truth of your soul not by denying your pain, but by having empathy for all the parts in yourself, and then automatically, you also feel your beauty, your power, your infinity. You're saying something beautiful. You're saying something beautiful. The Kotzker Rebbe once said, I don't want my Hasidim not to sin because they don't want to sin. I want my Hasidim not to sin because they don't have time to sin. Right? It's a beautiful insight. But this insight is very, very beautiful, and it's true. Who has time to sin? Like, where do you find time to sin? Like, you already finished love? You already finished loving? You already finished feeling your light? You already finished dancing? You already finished learning chassidus today? When you finish everything, then you go sin. First finish everything you got to do. Okay, you'll have time. Maybe you'll be able to sin, right? But this itself has to come with simcha, not with anxiety. When somebody tells, oh, I don't have time for depression, you idiot. You hear what just happened? You know, it's like you hire. You know what I mean? It's like you hire the mouse to watch the cheese. You know what I mean? What we do by us is we hire our depression and our anxiety to get rid of our depression and anxiety. No. Your mouse is not going to get rid of the cheese. It's not going to protect the cheese. It's going to eat the cheese. Your depression and anxiety are not going to get rid of your depression and anxiety. Don't hire your depression and anxiety. What did the depression is an aveda. Man kann nicht verrichten an aveda mit an aveda. Don't go there. It's hard. This is avoida. This is a lot of avoida. And this is what the Baal Shem Tov and the Alter Rebbe and all the Rabbeim, until the Rebbe really tried to inculcate with all their Maimorim and all their Sichos, to be able to give a person the experiential light of their soul. Tamu Ruki Tov Hashem. And when you experience it, when you feel it, it's like, you want me to be in a lowly place of dirt and filth? The moment you feel what Galus is, like, I don't need Galus, I need Gula. Who needs Galus? I'm not going to make peace with Galus. Why should I be Soivel Galus? Why should I tolerate this craziness, this insanity? We tolerate insanity not because we're tolerant people, but we're often sick people. Even in our communities, we tolerate things that are sick. We tolerate abuse, we tolerate lies, politics, corruption, all these horrible things. Why? Not because we're tolerant, because we're sick. We're desensitized. It's like somebody is putting needles into your body, somebody is ruining you, and you say, yeah, I'm a tolerant person. What are you, a tolerant person? You're sick, you're not tolerant. Your nervous system is damaged. You don't feel anything. It's like if you put your finger in fire, you're supposed to scream. And if you're not screaming, it's not because you're healthy and tolerant, it's because you're sick, because your nerves are dead. If your nerves were alive, you put the finger in fire, you scream. Was schreist du nicht? When your soul is healthy, you scream, get me out of this mishugas. I'm not going to tolerate it. Why should I tolerate it? Why should I tolerate Pare throwing children into a river? Tell me, why should I tolerate it? Guy was telling me, I was on the plane to Israel. I spoke before about back from Israel to Israel. I was sitting near somebody else. And he was telling me about a school. And in this school, they still hit kids. And he told me about a teacher who gave his son Patch Fresky, smacked him up. And he's talking to me and he's saying, I don't know what I should do. I called the principal and he's like, he's a good teacher and this. So like, stupid Rabbi Waira, right? I'm like, call the police. Like, you call the police. He's looking at me. I said, you call the police. He's looking at me like, which planet did you fall off? Which planet did you fall off? He looks at me and says, you know, all my daughters won't have shidduchim. All my sons will be blacklisted. You know, I'm going to be excommunicated from the community. He's an intelligent man. He's a rich man. He's an affluent man. He's a very successful man. He's a smart guy. Because I had a long conversation with him before that. And he looks at me, ich bin der Meshugana. Like, you call the police. If the principal is telling you that it's fine, it's good, it's normal, this is a hopeless situation. You need to bring in other forces. You don't have a choice. It's very sad. But you have a system that's corrupt from within. Any school that allows today teachers to hit children, denigrate children, it's beyond ludicrous what we know today. Huh? What? Huh? The poor kid. Right? But for me it was obvious. But he was like looking at me like, you know, my daughters need shidduchim, like, sorry. Like, it's fine. This is people need to know what it means to be normal, what it means to be sane, what it means to be healthy, what it means to have a soul, what it means to be sensitive to truth. We become so comfortable with corruption, stupidity, pettiness, dysfunctionality, insanity. That becomes truth. Just like you have it in the secular world with all those mishugasan, where absolute insanity becomes holy and moral and liberating, etc. Makes sense what I'm saying? Avram Avinu was a revolt against lies. And today in the name of Judaism, we enforce it. Because you don't want to make waves. You don't want to create a ruckus. I don't want to shake up anybody. Hazois nami. Hazois nami. So the point that we're trying to make is this. The Rebbe embodied the idea that you never ever have to doubt the power and the holiness and the beauty and the sacredness of your soul. And when you make your soul your best friend, you're good. Your soul needs to always be your best friend. Before all other best friends, your soul needs to be your best friend. In fact, if your soul is your best friend, then you can have other good friends. If your soul is not your best friend, all friends will be a distraction. Your best friend always has to be your neshama, your chelik elokam imal. Then you can have best friends. Because then the best friends will be an extension of your own internal best friend, which is your soul. And when I have anxiety, make space, have empathy, breathe into it, expand the kalim to be able to experience. It's tayu, it's all tayu. Anxiety has deep, infinite sparks that have been distorted, and they come with messages of chaos. And the kalim, the tikkun is, I'm big enough to deal with you. I'm fine. Come in, come. I'll come wash through me. Wash through me. Put me through a mikveh. But don't remain disconnected. Always remain anchored in your infinity. And never ever think for a moment that you're damaged, that you're core. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing. So I want to give a blessing to all those of us who deal with anxiety, and all those who have children who are dealing with anxiety. And anxiety comes in a lot of different forms. But there's so much anxiety today. Nobody knows why. It's the bridge between yesh and ayin. In ayin, there's no anxiety. In yesh, there's only anxiety. In yesh, I'm always looking for another way to find happiness. And if it doesn't work, I'm anxious. And then I go to another thing, and then I get anxious about that. It's a very, very frail happiness. In ayin, you're good. You know why? Because your ego doesn't exist. You're just a channel. In nothingness, or rather I don't say nothingness, in no thingness. Nothingness sounds cheap. No thingness, that's ayin. You're not a thing. You know why? Because Ein Sof is not a thing. If you're one thing, you're not another thing. If you're no thing, then you're everything. Verstehst? Ayin is the source of everything, because it's no thing. If you're a thing, you're just a thing. If you're no thing, then you could be everything. You could be a channel for everything. HaChochma me ayin timotze. We should be able to go from a thing to no thing. And when you become no thing, you're then a channel for everything. Because no thing is not limited by anything. So it could be a channel for everything. And when you're a channel for everything, then everything is real, it's authentic, it's good, it's geschmack, even if there's a lot of pain. Because we don't understand a lot of life. But we could show up not with control, with empathy, with love, and with authenticity. I told somebody the other day, I said, listen, there's nothing in life we control. The only choice we have is, do I show up with love, empathy, and authenticity, or not? Show up with love, with empathy, and with authenticity. And be a channel for the light that has to come through you. And that's what everyone is searching for. That's what a soul searches for. And because this embodied and manifested and captured the whole essence of the Rebbe, so b'chinas ayin. So therefore, this is the light that is so deeply connected to this generation. It's so powerful for people. It's so refreshing for people. They don't even know why. By the Rebbe, there was no politics, there was no ego, there was no corruption, my kamashmalan. There was no pettiness, there was no smallness, there was no stupidity, there was no arrogance, there was no haughtiness, but there was not even the husks that we create in order to camouflage, in order to protect. There was pure emes. Emes Hashem la'olam. There were no games, there were no jokes. There was not a centimeter of inauthenticity. It was Shemen Zayis Zach. You can listen, we have recordings of the Rebbe, 40 years. 40 years. A person never says a negative word on a Jew. It's not like he didn't speak about he spoke about sensitive things. And he spoke about people who opposed his ideas. And he explained himself. Not a negative word on a Jew. Shemen Zayis Zach. Not a negative word. Forget about on a Jew, even a negative word. The Rebbe didn't use the word death. It was Hepech HaChaim, the opposite of life. He didn't like to use the word Tumah. It was Hepech HaKedusha, the opposite of holiness. He didn't like to use the word Ra, bad. It was Hepech HaTov, the opposite of good. I used to think, just say Ra. Like, Tumah. It wasn't the Chas v'Shalom a shtick. Because that's the world he lived in. There was no such a thing as Ra. It's Hepech HaTov, Nebuch. It's like, the guy doesn't get it. It's the antithesis of good. I'm not going to give it a name. Why should I call it Ra? Let's make it a Ganze Metzias? I'm not going to make it a Metzias. There's one Metzias, Einoid Mulvada. Nebuch, you're trapped. You have a coping mechanism. You're dysfunctional. You have trauma. Okay. I'm here for you. But I'm not going to turn it into a Ganze Getchka. It taught people who they are. You have to know what part of you to take seriously. You're not a small spiritual midget, you're a giant. You're Toiv, you're Kedusha, you're Chaim. There's Hepech HaToiv, there's Hepech HaKedusha. He didn't even give it a name. He didn't like to use. Interesting. It was a way of looking at the world. Person needs to understand how powerful they are, how big they are, how great they are, how holy they are, how divine they are, how infinite they are. And then insanity? I don't have time for insanity. I don't have mental space for insanity. If there's insanity, it's here for one reason, to be transformed, to be dealt with, to be confronted. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to become a victim of it. Huh? In every area. It's true in every area of life. Yeah. Civilized Mitzrayim.
So today you have such a thing called destigmatizing mental illness.
Yeah.
Is that sort of this idea, or is it just another style of prevention?
It's a very good question. You're asking about destigmatizing mental illness. So there's two parts to it. There's destigmatizing mental illness in a way that is extremely positive. And that is that people don't have to be ashamed of the struggles and challenges that they were dealt with. Like Yosef told his brothers, I wasn't sold, I was sent. When a person is dealing with mental illness, the foundation is, I wasn't sold, I was sent. The soul is not mentally ill. The soul is divine. The soul was sent into a very dark place in order to bring light into that place, and it needs to be able to confront it with authenticity and with humility. The stigma that we have around mental illness, that we can't talk about it, nobody suffers from it, all our families are perfect. We're all impeccable, we're all flawless. There's, 2.5 people who have mental illness. Just happens to be in every family, but it's just 2.5 people. On the planet, often creates havoc because people don't get the help they need. There's no honest conversation. Parents have nowhere to turn to. Everybody is busy protecting their shidduchim. And it creates a disaster in terms of seeking help and being honest, and also removing the shame of people to be able to say it's not your fault. It's really, really not your fault. Anybody who's dealing with mental illness knows it's so not their fault. It's really a very, very deep and painful mission that their soul was given to be able to go into these darkest of places. Together with that, we want to give people empowerment. Empowerment means you're not sick at your core. There's no such a thing. There's a journey that you're on, and the journey you have to take care of and you have to confront, but you're not sick at your core. So when we talk about destigmatizing mental illness in the sense of empowering people, not to be embarrassed and not to be ashamed, and to be able to sit and talk in a vulnerable, honest, authentic way about our challenges, that's a blessing. If destigmatizing mental illness just means, however, that there's no right and wrong, there's no sanity and insanity, there's no boundaries, there's no moral boundaries, then it can be a disaster. In other words, we want to be able to identify a challenge and a problem and not stigmatize it and not make people feel judged, but do help people identify this is a pain, this is a challenge I want to deal with, I need to deal with it, it's not my fault, but I really need to deal with it, I really need to confront it, and I don't just want to become a victim and say, ich bin meshuga, and therefore I could do whatever I want. It's really a shlichus, it's a mission, you're not a victim. This is the role that God has given you, and you could find your power and your resilience in the state. And it's a very subtle combination, because you have like two extremes. One extreme is where you're just like, oh, people are suffering, it's just their own illusion. Just tell them to put one foot ahead of another foot and just become a normal person and do what their mother and father did. That's one approach. It's like, be a soldier and stop complaining. And the other approach is, no, I empathize with you, you're in so much pain, and you're a victim, and you have so many problems, and I understand, and I don't have these issues. And there's a huge war going on between these two movements and these two philosophies, right? It's like one philosophy which is like so empathetic and so open, and it's very liberal, and it's very progressive, and it's like, empathize with people and understand their struggles and their challenges, and they're incapable, and it's not their fault. And then another approach is like, oh, please, I had it worse than you. Like, get your life together and just wake up in the morning and be like me and put one foot ahead of another foot and just be a man or be a woman and stop complaining. Okay. Like, oh, a generation invented trauma. 20 years ago, trauma was invented. Really, 100 years ago, there was no trauma? What did your grandparents go through? What did they have? Oh, they didn't have trauma? They didn't call it trauma. They called it life. And you now gave it a label, and therefore you could sleep till 4 o'clock in the afternoon because you have trauma. I also want to sleep till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but somebody got to pay bills, you brat. So we have here a tug of war between two. But the truth is that when you learn Chassidus, and you live with Chassidus, and you internalize it, you understand that both of these perspectives are both missing the same thing. It's called bittul. Both approaches are missing the same thing. Everybody is digging into their own comfort zone and operating from there. When we come from a place of humility and openness, we realize there's such beautiful truth in truth. And that is, you don't have to guilt people and shame people and make them feel guilty about their struggles. You can listen to them, you can understand them, you can appreciate them, you can empathize with them, you can be sensitive, you can really, really not be judgmental. And then from that place of absolute empathy, where you see their light and you see their beauty, you can now empower them and make them realize that they're shluchim. Yosef didn't shut down his pain. He felt his pain. And when he felt his pain, he also felt a deeper truth. And that is, all my pain is not a mistake. It's a mission. You didn't sell me, God sent me. So here you have a situation where people are allowed to feel what they're feeling. They can experience what they're experiencing. They don't have to repress it. They don't have to deny it. They don't have to guilt themselves and shame themselves. And then they could look at their pain and realize that their soul is so powerful, and this was a mission that their soul is on in order to be able to bring light into this place. And here you have a fusion that is incredibly powerful. Milmaila maila adein ketz, lamata mata adein tachlis. It goes from the highest to the lowest. The Rebbe says in many Maimorim, midas harachamim, empathy is the one midah, tiferes, that goes from the highest to the lowest. Because what empathy means is just looking at reality and saying, yeah, this is something I'm dealing with, and something I'm struggling with, and something that's very, very real and authentic, and don't delegitimize people's experiences. It's very obnoxious. It's very rude. People are dealing with things. Somebody asked me, I was interviewed a few days ago by an interviewer. And he said to me, he said, why is it that people really like what people like what you have to say? What do you say that why do people like what you have to say? Huh? So I said, you have to ask them. But I'll tell you one thing that I know that I try to do. And that is, be real. Be truthful about reality. Don't turn people into the fictional characters that you want them to be, and then show them how disappointed you are, because then they just shut down. They're just so not relatable. They feel you're talking and it's just so not relatable. Like, talk to them. They're real people. They're feeling things. Don't just tell them how bad and evil and horrible they are and that their Zaydas were much better, and in a previous generation they would have been embarrassed by themselves. It's like we shame our kids and our teenagers into obedience, and we think we're brilliantly spiritual. And the real reason is because we're not ready to confront our own pain. And therefore we're just trying to shut them down and just make them not challenge us. I just see it constantly. Like, be real, be authentic. These are real people here. Can you listen to their heartbeat? They're really struggling. Don't tell me people don't have anxiety. Don't tell me they're narcissistic. I know these people. They're not narcissistic. I know the person who comes to my shiur and comes over to me afterwards and tries everything and can't get rid of his anxiety. Don't tell me he's narcissistic. He's not. He's one of the best, he's one of the most moral, authentic people you're going to meet. He's suffering. Don't just stigmatize him and tell him he's a narcissist because he's thinking about his emotions. No, he's not a narcissist. He's actually trying to be a good person and a good father and a good husband and a good Jew. And he's suffering from the trauma that he got from his parents who weren't ready to deal with their dirt. And they put it on him, and now they're blaming him for narcissism because they never looked at their own pain. And they're completely shut down and repressed. I love it. People are not ready to deal with their own stuff, so they put it on their kids. And they blame their kids for issues that they themselves have, and their kids are just projecting their own issues. The reason these kids are projecting their parents' stuff, their parents are not ready to deal with, and the kids are just showing it. And they're narcissistic. Really? Narcissistic? This is your filth. I'm not saying this in every situation, but in many situations. They're not narcissistic at all. Forgive me. I know these people. They're very pure and innocent people. They're dealing with real stuff. Don't delegitimize them and don't stigmatize them and don't call them self-centered. They're not self-centered. They're real people. But for this, people have to open themselves up and challenge themselves and be humble. And the path of the Rebbe, the path of the Alter Rebbe, the path of the Baal Shem Tov, the path of Chassidus generally is a very, very delicate and subtle integration of truth. You don't delegitimize, you appreciate, you empathize, you understand midas harachamim. And when you do that, you know what you realize? You realize how beautiful you are, how holy you are, how sacred you are, how divine you are. And then you could look at your anxiety and you could say, you know what? This is a part of me that is very, very scared and very, very overwhelmed. And I'm so sorry to you that you had to develop these coping mechanisms. But at each moment, you could choose to align yourself with your infinite sacred self. And you see, when I was in Israel, so there was a leader of a big community who came to see me. And he told me, it's interesting, he told me that in his community there's two philosophies. One philosophy is that the new generation are just spoiled brats and they're lazy good for nothings and they don't want to work and that's why they're miserable. When you work, you're satisfied. They don't want to work. And then there's another approach, and he says, and that's the approach of your classes, where you don't believe that everybody is just lazy good for nothings. And he says, I'm not sure, he's a big leader in a community, he says, I'm not sure which path is true. Should I adopt your path or the other path? So I asked him, and what do you feel deep down when you hear what I say? You feel that I'm right or I feel I'm wrong? He says, I like much more what you say. So I turned to him, I say, you know why you like much more what I say? He says, no. I said, I'll explain to you, because it's true. Because truth resonates, because it's true. It's not me, it's not Yosef Yitzchak Jacobson. I didn't invent it, it's nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. This has to do with me as much as sunrise has to do with me and sunset has to do with me. This is just a channel for the truth that was revealed through Torah's Emes. And in our generations, it was revealed through the Baal Shem Tov, and through the Maggid, and through the Alter Rebbe, and through the Talmidei HaBaal Shem Tov, and all the way till the Rebbe. They just revealed it. And I try to be a channel for that truth. That's it. Nothing to do with me. It's not personal. I'm not insulted if you disagree with me. I have no stocks in this. I have no stocks. It resonates with you because it's true. It's emes. People are not evil. They're not bad. Do we have laziness? Of course we have laziness. And you want to know? Most laziness that I see today, it looks like laziness. It's a coping mechanism. If you tell yourself you're lazy, you know what has to happen. You could sleep. And then you don't have to deal with what you want to deal with. Laziness is just another coping mechanism of not realizing your power. I told him, follow your heart. Your heart is telling you the truth. Your heart is telling you the truth. Instead of denigrating a whole generation as being horrible, obnoxious, self-centered, evil, narcissistic Jews who have disappointed God and all the holy tzaddikim, say the truth. These are beautiful, beautiful souls. Tell me, you come to my shiur, the people that sit by me are not beautiful souls? Rabbi Biston, the people that sit are not beautiful souls? They're lazy, narcissistic, evil, horrible, self-centered, obnoxious, rude, hedonistic, arrogant human beings? You got the wrong people, sorry. Are they perfect? No, they're not perfect, but they're good. They're very good people. In fact, they're very sensitive, they're very spiritual. And they're actually confronting, you want to know what they're really confronting? They're confronting all the stuff that have not been confronted in earlier generations. That's what they're confronting. To be honest and frank, that's what they're dealing with. They're dealing with all this stuff that nobody, and I'm not blaming anybody, nobody could deal with it because everybody was trying to survive. They had very difficult lives. And that's what they inherited it. And they're trying to heal. And the people who are supposed to say, wow, you're amazing, are telling them you're an embarrassment to Klal Yisrael. Instead of saying you're a pride of the Jewish people. And whoever hears this knows that this is true. You know why? Because you feel it. You feel it. If I would have made this up, if I would have invented this chicken, you wouldn't have felt this way. You would say, okay, this guy, what is he smoking tonight? Smoke on, dream on, as they say. The reason it resonates, the reason everybody here it resonates is because this is truth, it's authentic. This is Torah's HaBaal Shem Tov. This is everything that Rebbe taught. And we have the schus, and that's why people shouldn't shame themselves. They should feel proud and dignified. That this is a generation where all Avodas HaBerurim is finished. The separation of good and evil. People today recognize what is good, what is evil, and they're trying desperately to connect with their truth. And they feel what is true and what is not true. The Rebbe said in the last year of his life, Nistayma Avodas HaBerurim. Now, to say such a thing took a lot of guts. The whole Kabbalah and Chassidus says that the whole Avodah is Avodas HaBerurim. The Rebbe said the last year, Mamash, Nistayim Avodas HaBerurim, it's finished. How somebody says that as a statement. Everybody says, what is he talking about? Which Avodas HaBerurim is finished? Everybody became tzaddikim? But today you see it everywhere. You see people are not tolerating things. You know why they're not tolerating things? Because Nistayim Avodas HaBerurim, their soul is saying, this is toxic, this is insanity, leave me alone. I'm not going there. This is exactly what we're saying, Nistayim Avodas HaBerurim. So what's missing? He said what's missing is people have to open their eyes and see Geula. What does that mean? It means you have to be able to see how good you are, how much you get it. You get it much more than you think. You get it. Embrace it. Believe it. You get it. Everything you're feeling, you get it. There's a woman who recently did a podcast with Ellie Nash, and she spoke about her abuse as a child. Publicly, a very, very moving episode. So I wrote to her that it happens to be that when I was growing up, I saw this fellow who did horrible stuff to her. And I said, I just want you to know, whenever I would pass his house and I would see him, I always knew that I don't like him. And I always blamed myself. And today I find out that he abused you. So she writes back to me, she says, we have all recently discovered how healthy our instincts were. Just we never trusted them. You know, people learn not to trust their instincts. But I would say, trust your instincts, because they're often very, very on target. You know, people that you grew up and you felt like, I know somebody told me that every Shemona Esrei, he had this thought about somebody and he prayed to God that this person should be gone. And he always blamed himself that he's such a Rasha. That every Shemona Esrei, this is what he's davening for. And he didn't try to. It popped into his head. He grows older, and what does he find out? That this person did terrible, terrible things to him. He didn't know. So it was actually, this instinct was the healthiest thing he had. It was the only defense he had as a little kid. He has nothing. All he has, he's praying to God to get rid of this person. And he's blaming himself, you understand? This man is a sick, sick man. Not ready to confront his shadim and his demons, and this poor boy who's kodesh kadoshim is blaming himself for having these horrible thoughts by davening, when these horrible thoughts by davening are actually the holiest thoughts, because it's the only thing he has to protect himself. I'm not saying that every instinct that every person has is kodesh kadoshim. What I'm saying is, so often the instincts of people are much more sound and real and authentic than we imagine. And this is all what I learned from the Rebbe. Trust people, empower people, see the good in people, see the divinity in people, and realize you don't have to protect Judaism. You don't have to make facades and camouflage. You don't have to hide things. You don't own God. Nobody owns God. Nobody owns truth. I'm going to tell you something I heard from the Bezriel Engel a number of years ago when he started to come to the Shiurim. So he told me, you know what you see in Likutei Torah and Torah from the Alter Rebbe? You see that he doesn't hold back any secrets. He shares everything. He doesn't control the information. Why? Because he trusts the people. He believes in the people. If God believes in them, he can also believe in them. Believe in the people. You don't have to protect. You don't have to compensate. You don't have to protect religion for them. Give them everything. Believe in them. God believed in them. You believe in them. We need to believe in the people. You need to believe in the children. They're real people. They're big people. They're not evil people. They're big souls. Believe in them. Give them the truth. Don't hide. Don't eclipse. Don't camouflage. Don't dilute. Don't compromise. Don't protect things. Don't manipulate. Don't exploit. Believe in them. The The Rebbe used to write in the 1950s, there was then the trend of Judaism was, to compromise, to dilute. And the Rebbe said, you don't understand the youth. The youth wants truth. He said the definition of truth is always 100%. 99% is not emes. He said, I gave you 99%, that's not emes. Truth is always 100%. 99% of truth and 1% of truth are both sheker. He said, don't give people 99%, give people 100%. Believe in their ability to perceive truth. That I like. Give them the, don't hide. You don't have to protect it. But if you don't think God is real and Torah is real, then you have to protect it. You have to make a nice decoration. But the Rebbe didn't have that problem. He believed God is real, Torah is real, Yiddishkeit is real, the soul is real. What do you have to protect people from it? What do you have to protect? Give them everything. Trust them. They have a Yetzer Hara. Yeah, God also knew about the Yetzer Hara and He trusted them. You're not going to help the Yetzer Hara by not trusting them. You're going to help the Yetzer Hara by trusting them and telling them. You're much bigger than your Yetzer Hara. Your Yetzer Hara is just a coping mechanism because you don't know your greatness. And I didn't prepare to say any of this tonight. So it just came out. But I hope it's going to be accepted the way it was said, with love and empathy and connection and authenticity. Rabbi Isaac, Bismaskim? There's no substitute for truth. That's the bottom line, you understand? When you have emes, there's no substitute for it. It's refreshing, it's timeless, it's eternal, and you could fall back on it, you can hold on to it, it's there for you in good times and in bad times and in hard times and in easy times. Huh? L'chaim Yidin, l'chaim, 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 l'chaim. Tzlach Rabbi. Cho Hashem, Cho Asisi. You understood? You felt? We're just channels. Bonus Rabbi. Ya ba 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 la 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 la. La 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 la. Hashem chasisi Eivor shali eilam becha Hashem chasisi Becha Hashem chasisi Eivor shali eilam becha Hashem chasisi Hashem chasisi Leivor shali eilam Hashem chasisi Leivor shali eilam Hashem chasisi Leivor shali eilam Hashem Hashem chasisi Hashem Ah L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. Yeah. 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 The Alter Rebbe said words are kolmos haseichel, words are the pen of the mind, and music is the pen of the soul. Words are the pen of the mind. Yeah. Words, oisius, are kolmos haseichel, and nigun is kolmos hanefesh, the pen of the soul. The soul wants to express itself. It's through nigun. It's the pen of the soul. How does the soul, the mind, manifests itself through words, concepts, ideas, sentences, structures? And how does the soul express itself? Through music, through song. Nigun kolmos hanefesh, kolmos halev, kolmos hanefesh, the pen of the heart, the pen of the soul. L'chaim, 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 l'chaim. The point is this. When you are a product of tzimtzum, you're afraid of the tzimtzum. When you come from pre-tzimtzum, you're not afraid of the tzimtzum. Since the Rebbe is from pre-tzimtzum, so he's not afraid of the tzimtzum. Tzimtzum is the word that's used in Kabbalah and in Chassidus to describe the concealment of the Ein Sof, the obscuring, the helim, the hester of the Ein Sof. And from there comes all of yeshus, all separateness. And it's very scary. It's very scary when you're existing in a post-Tzimtzum reality. You understand? Because then you're a victim of the concealment. And then everything is seen in terms of separateness. And it's very, very hard. But when the soul is rooted in a pre-Tzimtzum reality, so then, even though ata barasa, ata yitzarta, ata nafachta, ata mashamra bekirbi, what the Rebbe says on Lakuta Torah, l'cha'ira, should have said, l'kai neshama shenasata bi, l'kai neshama, then the neshama shenasata bi, ata barasa. The soul that you gave me, you created, you formed, and then you could say, it's pure. No, he says, neshama shenasata bi tahirahi, and then ata barasa. It's pure before you created it. Before you created it, it doesn't exist. First say, the soul that you gave me, you created, and then tell me it's pure, it's beautiful, it's holy. So the Alter Rebbe says, ata barasa is already a second level. The neshama is deeper than barasa. Before barasa, the neshama is tahira. It's part of Ein Sof. It's not barasa. You didn't create it. It's not creation. It's creator. Neshama shenasata bi tahirahi. That's the neshama in Atzilus. The neshama is completely one with Ein Sof. Then ata barasa. After that, there's a stage where you created the soul. In other words, the soul developed and evolved into a bria. And then ata yitzarta, then into a yitzira, and then ata nafachta bi, into asiya, and then now is va'ata mashamra bekirbi. Now you have to guard it, you have to protect it, because it's a crazy world here. All types of sharks and crazy people and sick people, so you have to protect it. Va'ata asid little mimene, you're going to take it one day, ulachzira bi, but you're going to return it. Kolzman shana shama bekirbi moedus. Alter Rebbe asks in Tanya Perek B'Malef. He says, what do you have to talk about? Fine, one day you're going to die. We have to mention it right now. Yasker lo yom misses a son avoida when you have no choice, but right in the morning, right? You gave me a soul, and you're going to take it away. Okay, I know, but right now we can enjoy life, no? So Alter Rebbe says like this. It's a different vart. You're not trying to scare yourself. You're trying to say, the soul is pure infinity. Then you made a bria, you made a yitzira, you made a nefachta bi, vata meshamre bekerbi. You're going to take it back. It's going to go back to Tahira. And then you're going to give it back. Vata achsel achzir bi. So kol zman shaneshama bekerbi, even when the soul is inside of me, I'm not going to create a distraction for the soul. Moidani lefarach Hashem Elokai. Since the soul is infinite, and it's going to be infinite. So just because a couple of years, it's busy, what, I should distract myself? I should separate it? It's not a scare, it's a death threat. You're going to take it away? No. It's Ein Sof, it was always Ein Sof. It's going to be Ein Sof. So just because a couple of years it's in the goof, it has a journey, so what do you want? I should distract myself, I should separate it? What, man? It's going to remain infinity. Yeah, that's Chassidus. That's the Nekuda. When you're anchored in that space, you're not scared of the tzimtzum. That's why the Rebbe wasn't scared of people's darkness. We're only scared of darkness when we're part of the darkness. When I'm part of the darkness, it's very frightening. When you're anchored in infinite light, then the darkness is a journey. It's a mission. It's not a destination. It's not an eternal reality. It's a phase that you have to work through in order to bring it back to the light. And that's the key. Chassidus wants to put a Jew, the Rebbe Rashab once said, I heard the Rebbe once said it over at Farbrengen, the Rebbe Rashab once said, Chassidus stellt avek ayid, ponim el ponim et atzmos ein sof. Chassidus creates and establishes a person to stand face to face with Atzmos, with the essence of Hashem. To be able to meet yourself in that space. Once you meet yourself in that space, you're not scared of the tzimtzum. So the Rebbe wasn't scared of the tzimtzum. That's why there was nothing that can deter him. There was nothing that can distract him. Many people, they have to remain separate in order to retain their spirituality. If they come down too much, they're threatened, because it's a difficult world. The Chiddush of the Rebbe, you saw that there was nothing that distracted him. He could meet a non-Jew, he could meet a politician, he could meet an Israeli general, he could meet a secular person, he could meet Kavayachala, a mayor, a president. He wasn't distracted. And a moment later, he can go back to the same space where he was in. Because when you're anchored in a pre-tzimtzum reality, the world doesn't threaten you. You see the world from the divine perspective, from pre-tzimtzum. Pre-tzimtzum is pre-concealment. So the tzimtzum is simply a way of channeling infinity into a finite world. But you're not affected by it. You're not deterred by it. You remain completely connected to a place of truth. And nothing will take you away from it. There's no situation, there's no person, there's no moment where you're separate. By the Rebbe, that was everything. That's the pshat, Basi Lagane Achaisi Kala. The seventh generation that brings the Shechina down to this earth. What does it mean? It means that it's organic. Judaism is normal, it's organic. It's not a heavenly experience. It's normal, it's organic, it's regular. It's not even a chiddush. The Rebbe would speak about Torah and mitzvahs. You know what the biggest chiddush was? That he spoke about it like it was normal. It's like you speak about breathing. It was normal. So you'll say, yeah, an erle chiyid. You have a person, he speaks about Torah and mitzvahs as normal, but he's in a different place. He's segregated. The chiddush was, did betachtoinim, that it was organic. It's like oxygen. It's not a psach chiddush. There's a lashon that Rebbe Rashabas and Hamshech Tofre Shayim Beis that pre-tzimtzum elokus b'pshitas v'olam is b'schatshus. Post-tzimtzum olam is b'pshitas v'elokus b'schatshus. pre-tzimtzum, pre the first concealment of Ein Sof, the natural reality was elikus, godliness. The concept of a world was a psachidish. After tzimtzum, it's the opposite. Oilimus is b'pshitas, the world is reality, and Ein Sof is a psachidish. That's the difference. That's how he defines it. Yeah. But the Rebbe was elikus b'pshitas post tzimtzum, like there was no tzimtzum. He busted. He punctured. He punctured the balloon of tzimtzum, because that's what geula is. That the tzimtzum is undone, but in a way that it's integrated. So Yiddishkeit is not a chiddush, it's not a novelty, it's a madrege, it's a shleimus. No, it's not a madrege, it's not shleimus. It's called being normal. And that being normal was the biggest chiddush. Because what's normal? Normal is that you're divine, you're infinite, that's normal. It wasn't a whole maisa with a balagan, with undoing, with shticks, with drama. There's no drama. Drama is all because of tzimtzum. Huh? It was normal, it was natural, it was organic. That was the biggest chiddush. The biggest chiddush was that the tzimtzum didn't exist. He undid the tzimtzum. So you're not afraid of darkness. What are you afraid of? When I come from post tzimtzum, I'm very afraid of darkness, because it's very powerful. When you come from pre tzimtzum, so all the darkness is just in the context of infinity. It doesn't have its own substance. It's just there in order to create an opportunity to reveal infinity, because it's pre tzimtzum. Ein Sof is everything. All the Rabbeim, but already by the Baal Shem Tov, but by the Rebbe, you saw it in a very vivid way. It was down to earth. It was very integrated. It was like, no, it wasn't like a chiddush. The biggest chiddush is that it wasn't a chiddush. That's the biggest chiddush. It's normal. It's organic. Why? Like, what are you wondering about? Like we learned in the Maimon, look at the Torah Parshas Chukas. We just learned. Right, there's no ratzoi. Because nimtza lamata kamay lamayla v'ein shayach ratzoi v'alei. Where you running to? Where you running? Nimtza lamata kamay lamayla. He's down here just like he's up there. So you don't have to run. You don't have to go up. Where you going up? Right here is everything. Right here you have everything. But this can only come, right, when you work through everything. In other words, a person just says nimtza lamata kamay lamayla could just be because they don't understand what lamayla is. So if they don't understand what lamayla is, they say, yeah, everything is here. It's only when you appreciate what lamayla means. Lamayla is ein soif, lamayla is emes, and then you say nimtza lamata kamay lamayla. That's revolutionary. That's the Torah of Gula. The Torah of Gula is organic, natural. You see today, shtick don't work anymore. I don't know that it ever worked. Maybe it did. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I know today it doesn't work. Nobody's impressed. You could close your eyes and dance and jump. People need to feel that it's authentic. Authentic means talk to me. In Hebrew, there's an expression. Tedaberiti begova einayim. Gova einayim means look at me. Don't close your eyes and don't start catching malachim. Can you look at me like a normal person? But very often, I can't look at you. I could close my eyes and scream, Ana Hashem Mashiachna, Ana Hashem Atzlichana, Kaddish, Kaddish, Kaddish. Fine, gewaldig. It's a beautiful thing, and Batzlacha. But the other parts that are normal, that are organic, it's like, come on, I don't relate to this. So maybe when I close my eyes on a Shiner Rabbi, I close my eyes by Ne'ilah, I'll feel something. But then I come back to the regular life, and the regular life is, past the sushi. The chiddush of the chassidus, and especially the way the Rebbe articulates it in his sichos, in his maimonim, in his letters, in his kontresim, in his rishimis, is it's real, it's organic, it's normal, it's authentic. That's why the Rebbe could send shluchim to the whole world. Remember, a shliach who goes out to another community, nobody at the Shabbos table grew up like him. He can't start saying, Sedah, geschmackich sam sofer, Or Parshas Chikas, or the Yismach Moshe, the Oyev Yisod, the Kedushas Levi. Like, what? You know, the language that works for us, I'll give you a nice vart. I don't know what a vart is, I don't know what nice is, and I never heard of the Parsha. The only way you could reach these people is if you're if Judaism is organic, it's authentic, it's normal. Then you could speak about it in English without mentioning the Parsha, without mentioning a vart, without saying a vret, without saying, how do you reach these people? They don't know anything. They didn't grow up with anything. People don't realize what that means because they grow up in their bubble, which is beautiful. I'm not knocking it. But people have to appreciate the revolution of what a shlichus is. You go into a place, around your Shabbos table, there's people who grew up, they don't know anything about what you grew up with. Nothing. Start. What do you do? People don't realize what this means. They think you go to a shliach in Thailand and you have kugel. The Rebbe, a guy told me that Rebbe sent shluchim everywhere in the world so that when I go for business, I should have a mikveh. I said, with all due respect, don't be such a grubby young. The thing that he sent out a young man for his whole life with his kids so that you should have a mikveh of 106 degrees when you go to this place, and you should have tayameha because you like food. With all due respect, it's a gewaldige, I'm happy you have kugel and you should sponsor the mikveh, and if you could pay him, if you could build a mikveh, it's noch besser. Gesundheit, soll sein zu gesund. But don't put the Rebbe into your grobkeit. By you, the whole God is kugel out of Shabbos, and that's it. So they sent shluchim in Japan and Thailand, so when you come there for business to make a couple of dollars, to Hong Kong, there should be kugel. Gewaldige thing, I'm happy that you have kugel, but, you know, don't turn infinity into kugel. That is full. That's what he knows. He knows Judaism is you have to, before Shabbos, you need a hot mikveh and you need your food. Fine. Is it a good thing? It's a good thing. A Jew goes wherever he goes and there's a Chabad house and he can have a good meal and he can have a hot mikveh, and it's a gewaldige thing, especially if he sponsors it and he pays for it, is noch besser. Sheyela briut. But that's not the nekuda. Nekuda is when alakus is bepshitis, when you come from a place of pre-tzimtzum, so then you're not afraid of the tzimtzum. It's natural. People don't realize, even a bacher who goes to Tachana Merkazit in Tel Aviv and goes over to a secular Jew and says, Ataretzela niech tefillin, and he puts on tefillin. What just happened? Usually we're used to tefillin is from Mishaluni, Eigene. You come to shul, you learn, you daven, you do. You also put on tefillin. Here's a Jew who has no connection to Yiddishkeit. He says, do you want to put on tefillin? And the Jew puts on tefillin. What did he tell him? That's pshat pre-tzimtzum. Alakus is b'pshitas. Why shouldn't he put on tefillin? Tel Aviv, Tachana Merkazit, so what? He's not chayiv in tefillin? Yeah, but he has 100 piercings, so he's not chayiv in tefillin. So what? So he has piercings. But he has a tattoo. Okay. The Gemara says just because he ate garlic and he smells, he should eat more garlic and smells. There's a mitzvah of tefillin. There was no chachmas. God wasn't created for Williamsburg, for Monroe, for Lakewood, for Monsey, for Kiryas Sefer, for Bnei Brak, for Meir Sharm, for Crown Heights. Einoid Mulvade is Einoid Mulvade. So Tel Aviv is not Einoid Mulvade. Times Square is not Einoid Mulvade. People don't realize these things. By the Rebbe Torah and mitzvahs, this is reality. It's the blueprint for reality. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? The guy has what? He's an earring. He doesn't look like you. He doesn't wear a hat like you. He doesn't wear streimel. He doesn't wear... So what? Why are you so not confident? This is Torah Sagula. It's a different Torah. It's a whole different approach. Alakus is b'pshitis. This is a lakus b'pshitis. Nimtza lamata k'may lamayla. This is Soviv Kalalman. So there's no rotzui. Nimtza lamata k'may lamayla. So Alter Rebbe says in Likud Torah Chukas. He's here just like he's there. So Shamayim v'saretz ani male. What are you afraid of? I was once at a conference, Shabbatonos. So there was a secular Jew who spoke. So he said that he started to get niskarev to Yiddishkeit. It was what's called a National Jewish Retreat. So this person said that a boy stopped him in the street and asked him if he wants to put on tefillin. So he said no. So he said, usually when you tell somebody no, they move on, right? He says, you can't argue with a Lubavitcher Bocher. He said, why? Because when I told him no, he didn't believe me. He said, no, you really want to put on tefillin. He says, usually when you tell somebody no, it's like, no, I don't want to buy the phone. I don't want to sign up to your insurance plan. I don't want to join your company. I don't need life insurance. But here's a guy who says, no, of course you want to put on tefillin. You just don't know yourself. So he says, I couldn't argue. I'm like, I don't want. He's, no, you do want. Your soul wants. You think you don't want. I don't want. I'm telling you, you do want. He says, so what am I supposed to tell him? That's not the end. He put on tefillin. So b'chitzonius he put on tefillin because the guy was stubborn. But pnimius, yeah, he could have said, get out of my life, have a good day. But pnimius, he knew that the bacher was right. Of course he wants to put on tefillin. Why shouldn't he put on tefillin? He's a Jew. A Jew wants to put on tefillin. It's not a psachidish. There was a Yid I knew, Reb Mendel Futefas. He was a chassid from Russia. He didn't know a word of English. But he used to go on mitzvah tefillin. But he didn't know English. So he would go to Manhattan. He would go over to somebody and he would say this. I Jewish, you Jewish, tefillin. And people would put on tefillin. I Jewish, that's what he learned. I Jewish, you Jewish, tefillin. And they put on. What did the Rebbe teach? When we put on tefillin, we're putting on tefillin as part of culture. Yeah, I'm a Fruma Yid. I put on tefillin. Why shouldn't I put on tefillin? That's what Jews do. The Rebbe wasn't culture. Here's a Jew. He doesn't have the culture of tefillin. He's not interested. He calls himself an atheist. But as a Yid, Elokus is real. This comes from pre-tzimtzum. Elokus is b'pshitus. So the tzimtzum is just an opportunity to make a dirah b'tachtonim. It's not a serious obstacle, so you don't get afraid from darkness. And that's why he was not afraid from people's darkness. You're only afraid from people's darkness when you come from a place of darkness. When you come from a place of infinite light, I can hear all the darkness. Because I don't have to shut down your darkness, because at the end I'm going to get to your light. If the light is real, if the light is infinite, so at the end, you're not going to end up in Shal Tachtis. You'll go down further and further and further. Mitach Hazreis Oil, like Reb Nachman said, the arms of Hashem will catch you when you fall off the world. Mitach Hazreis Oil. I'm not afraid. I'm only afraid of darkness when the darkness may be real. If the darkness is only a journey and will ultimately bring me to the ultimate light, I'm not afraid of any darkness. And then I could look into the darkness, I can have compassion for it, I can have empathy for it, but I don't get sucked into it. I define it, it doesn't define me. And that's why there's a paradox here, but it's a critical paradox. When you come from a place of true light, you can deal with all the darkness. When you come from a place of diluted light, you're afraid of certain forms of darkness. And those forms of darkness remain more powerful than you. When you come from a place of infinite light, you're not afraid of any darkness. You could look at it all. Because when you come from a place of pre-tzimtzum, where everything is Ein Sof, Ein Od Milvado, what are you afraid of? The darkness is just a distortion of reality. And when we reveal the truth, it's also going to be part of the light. Because it's really Ein Od Milvado. So the more you're anchored in Ein Od Milvado, the more there could be a futzah and a secha chutzah. People don't understand. Because by the Rebbe, Ein Od Milvado was in the deepest, most real way, therefore he can go everywhere and anywhere and not lose anything. Because it's Ein Od Milvado. If not, then I have to protect me, I have to protect my kids, I have to protect everybody, which I understand. It's a normal thing. And then I also have to protect myself from myself. Because if you're going to see me, if I'm going to see me, it's going to be bad news. But you don't have to protect yourself from yourself. So that's what the Rebbe Rashab said. Chassidus shtalt avek hayid ponim beponim mit atzmos ein sof. And when you put him upon him at Atzma Saint Soif, then there's space for everything. Then the choshech, the tzimtzum is b'shvil hagilui. The concealment is only a hechsher mitzvah. It's only an opportunity to get back to minor, to get back to the oneness. You don't have to be afraid. And therefore you don't have to be afraid of your children going on a journey. You don't have to be afraid of your own issues. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. You just have to be present. Don't be afraid. You don't have to be afraid our kids go on journeys and people go on journeys and you go on journeys. Don't be afraid. We're afraid because we're living in this bubble that they're going to discover America and everything will be shattered. That's all post-Tzimtzum trauma. In pre-Tzimtzum oneness, darfst nicht Meure haben. The world is not such a threat. The world is just another place and the ultimate place in which godliness needs to be revealed. Don't be afraid of your emotions. Don't be afraid of your demons. Don't be afraid of your anxiety. Don't be afraid of your skeletons. Don't be afraid of your depression. Don't be afraid. The Meraglim's problem is they were afraid. Lo nuchal lalois ki chazak hu mimenu. But Yeshua and Kalev remained emissaries of Moshe Rabbeinu. And they said, Toiva ha'aretz ma'oid ma'oid, olei naila. Kalev was different. The Perdah says, Ekev ruach acheres hoisa imai. There was a different spirit inside of him. There was a ruach acheres. What was the ruach acheres of Kalev? Olei naila. He wasn't afraid. Other spies, they saw the giants, Yelidei Hanok, they saw the Nephilim, it's like, this is not going to happen. OMG. Let's go back to the desert. We have there a ghetto, it's a beautiful ghetto, and we're good. No way to face these people. They're giants, you're all going to die. If not physically, spiritually. Eretz oichelis yeshvai. Yeshua and Kalev said, Toiva aretz moed moed, im chafetz bonu Hashem. If this is the desire of God, Olei Nala, Sart Sila Me'aleim, Kilachmenuhem, they're our bread, they're there for you to consume. They're your bread, Kilachmenuhem, when you eat something, it becomes part of you. They're there for you to consume. What are you afraid of? Yeshua and Kalev were shluchim of Moshe. Moshe's pre-tzimtzum, he comes from the water. What are you afraid of? It's terrifying, there's giants. Moshe also knew about the giants. He wasn't afraid of the giants. These giants have energy that belongs to you. What do you think? They became giants in their own right? What do you think? There's a second God in the world? The Meraglim didn't have this yisoid. You understand? They were Heilige Yidden. Aber Chassidus haben sie nicht gelernt. Und a Rebbe haben sie nicht gehabt. Maybe they learned Chassidus, but a Rebbe they didn't have. Or maybe they didn't even learn Chassidus. They were fine, they were good Jews, they were holy Jews. They weren't rabble, they weren't lowlifes. People think the Meraglim were, no, it says in Likutei Torah. They wanted to stay in the Midbar because they wanted Ruchnias. They were good people. I understand the Meraglim very well. They wanted to remain in a cocoon, I get it. Protected, it's a beautiful life. What do you need anything else? What do you have to be crazy to go into Eretz Yisrael? You have the man, you have Moshe, you have Aaron, you have Danani, you have Kovid, you have Miriam, you have Be'er Shel Miriam. What? We got to be a crazy nut job to leave this. They have a point. What were they missing? They were missing the emes of Chassidus, the emes of a Rebbe. They didn't have that. They had Giluyim mit Madreges, mit Kedusha, mit Shleimus, mit Ona Hashem Hashiana, mit Ona Hashem Atzlichana. They closed their eyes, they danced Kaddish. It was beautiful. But the truth they didn't have. How do you connect to the Rebbe today? The biggest, I think the deepest way to connect to the Rebbe is by learning the Rebbe's Torah and by internalizing the Rebbe's teachings. and by becoming a channel for the Rebbe, the light that the Rebbe brought into the world. It's really discovering your own inner light. You know, the Rebbe's light was the light of the Jewish people. It's not the Rebbe as an individual. That's the koyach of the Rebbe. Why is the Rebbe so powerful? Why is the Rebbe so popular today? Because it wasn't ever about the Rebbe. If it would have been about the Rebbe, so it would have been gewaldig. He had charisma, he had kedusha, gewaldig. It was never about the Rebbe. The Rebbe was a channel, complete channel, batal metzias. So the Rebbe's light was the light of Knesset Yisrael. So it's the light that exists in every person. The deepest truth about the Rebbe is that it had nothing to do with the Rebbe. You understand what I'm saying? Mamash. The Rebbe built how many moisdes? Thousands of moisdes. You know, if a person builds one moised in their life, it's pretty nice. If they build two moisdes, you got to give them credit. 3 moisdes, a Nobel Prize. 4 moisdes, ain't gomer nesahala. Guy tells me he built 4 yeshivas, he built 4 shuls, and he supports them pretty good. The Rebbe, through his wisdom and inspiration and leadership, built thousands of moisdes. You would think over 42 years he would go visit at least one. You know, he never went to visit even one Chabad house anywhere in the world. You know that? Not a shul, not a mikveh, not a school, not a camp, not a yeshiva, not a Talmud Torah, not a Jewish center. He went to camp in the Catskills to see the kids. Over 42 years. You don't want to go to Australia? Go to Los Angeles. Go to Connecticut. You don't have to go far. He didn't go to one place even. A bissel nachas? A little nachas. 42 years. I'm not talking about 2 years. You're talking about thousands of moisdes. Hundreds of shluchim, thousands of moisdes. And big moisdes, not small moisdes. Go shep a little nachas, go for a week. Yeah? He never went even to one place. It's an interesting thing. There was a message here. The message was, it's not me, it's not mine, it's yours. I once saw somebody once came for dollars and he told the Rebbe, your shliach in this place is doing amazing things. He says, he's not my shliach, it's the Ebershter's shliach. He's not my shliach. He's Hashem's shliach. I have the schus to help my father-in-law with the work. What's it with me? That was the Rebbe's atzlach. How do you have a younger man go to Japan or Thailand for the rest of his life? If you're charismatic, okay, so you can inspire people to give you a nice check, but how do you inspire a couple to go for the rest of their life to a far country and raise their children there? It's not charisma. There's only one way. You have to ignite the fire in their own stomach, in their own belly. It has to be their fire. It has to be their fire. They have to be inspired. Now, why am I saying this? Remind me. So it's really finding your light. That was the Rebbe's light is the light in the Knesset Yisrael and in every individual. So I think when a person learns the Rebbe's teachings and internalizes it and lives with it and gives it to others, that's, I think, the deepest connection.
I think people are afraid also.
What are they afraid of?
Because they didn't see the Rebbe with their own eyes, and
It's the opposite. Those who saw the Rebbe and they think they saw the Rebbe, they saw much less than anybody else. I'm telling you from experience. I'm not saying this abstractly. People who saw the Rebbe and heard the Rebbe and they think, oh, I got the Rebbe, they got less than everybody. On the contrary, seeing and hearing the Rebbe was just an ability to think that you saw and heard the Rebbe. The whole metzias of the Rebbe was not about him. It was about Shetehei Shalhevis Olam Me'elah. So if somebody saw the Rebbe, it's a gewaldige schus. If somebody heard the Rebbe, it's a moide de kenyan. Asher chelke v'gadol. But if he thinks he got the Rebbe through that, he did get nothing. The Rebbe wasn't a Metzias. The Rebbe's whole Metzias was pretzim, some bittel, betachlis to Ein Sof. It was a channel. So if it became about that, I saw the Rebbe, I heard the Rebbe, fine. So you saw the Rebbe, you heard the Rebbe, you didn't see the Rebbe, you didn't hear the Rebbe. I once heard from a Yid, Rebbe Saul Gordon, he said that he was once by the Friedrich Rebbe, by the Rebbe Rayatz, and a Yid was there, and he tells the Rebbe Rayatz, Ich hab gekent eier Taten. I knew your father. So the Rebbe Rayatz said, it had gesehen man Taten. You saw my father. You kent mein Taten. You saw my father. You kent. It's kent. You understand? If you saw the Rebbe and you think you saw, I'm telling you, you didn't see. You had a schos to see something. You heard the Rebbe, you didn't hear. That's the truth. I'm telling you the truth now. It's a gewaldige schos, and it's a gewaldige Indian, and it's something to be grateful for.
The Rebbe is really here now.
But it's not about a person whose charisma and holiness, right, shined and elevated people to the point that you say, I saw him. It's true and it's beautiful, but it's a very limited version. It's a limited version of what he represented. He represented something much deeper. And that's because he was completely nullified to God. That's all. He was nullified in the most powerful way. And nullified doesn't mean that he didn't use his talents. Nullified means that he was a complete channel. It would be hard to find in history a person that was as self-effacing as the Lubavitcher Rebbe. It's very hard to find. The person whose pictures are in more houses than anyone else, and the same person who loathed a picture taken from him more than anybody else. He loathed it. It was not only it was not Teifas Makim. There was no metzias of an ego. There was no metzias. You never met a person who was so self-effacing like the Rebbe. You couldn't get into. It was not personal ever. Like you couldn't attack him and argue with him, and he would take it. There was nothing personal. There was never a moment of ego, and there were people who insulted him and said not nice things. Never in his life that we heard a negative thing about a person. It was always malamed schus. He said his position, he defended his position, but it was never personal. Even his worst enemies in the worst times, if they would ask him for a favor, he would be the first one to give them a favor. It was a half of a fellow by him. There was no grudge. There was no personal thing. Usually you insulted me, you denigrated me, but for that you have to have a me. His me was a channel for Hashem. Eved Melech Melech. This is not theories. I'm telling you the way it was, the way it is. This is the truth. And that's why 30 years later, you see this phenomenon that people are interested in. They want to know about him. Why? There's people who lived 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Gewaldige people, they passed away, and we remember them, and we honor them, we respect them, and fine. Art Scroll gives out a book, and you go weiter. The Rebbe, so many people tried to diminish him and make fun, I don't have to tell you, and mock him and denigrate him and ostracize him and marginalize him and neutralize him. So many people. And it's like oil, it just comes right back. Because MS is MS. Nothing is going to help. You could put down, you could mock, you could make fun, but 30 years later, you see that there's such a openness, there's such a thirst. Why? What are you looking for? And there's a reason for it. It's not a mistake. Even Chabad, who's good at PR, couldn't do this through PR. I know the Chabad PR quite well. I know the people doing PR. They couldn't do this. They can get up some newspaper to write an article, fine. You pay a couple of dollars, you get another article. Fine, so you have 3, 4, 5, 6 articles. They couldn't do this. You can't schlep 75,000 Jews, 100,000 Jews to the oil because it's a newspaper article or some website. It doesn't happen that way. In Eretz Yisrael, yeah, I myself, newspapers, radios, I mean, I sent, some of the things were sent out. All these interviews, suddenly. They're asking me questions and interviewing. I myself didn't understand. I didn't anticipate it. Secular, religious, Haredi, Litvish, Chassidish, magazines, radio programs, websites, newspapers. What's the Inyan? The Inyan is that there's an Oir Eliki that the Rebbe channeled into the world that is still vibrating and growing from year to year, and Knesset Yisrael is feeling it, and they want to know what it is because they feel this is oxygen, because this is the Oir HaGula that the Rebbe brought into the world, and it's not. I don't think it's even conscious. I don't think it's not conscious. It's a Jew in Borough Park and a Jew in Lakewood and a Jew in Monsey. What? So if you're talking about Chabadniks, fine. They didn't make another Rebbe, so they have the Rebbe, so they go back to their Rebbe. But what does it do with Skvere Chassidim and with Vizhnitzer Chassidim and with Satmar Chassidim and with Litvish Yidden and with modern Orthodox and with Reform and Conservative? What do they have with it? There's a Satmar Yid, Zaya Satmar. Bista Vizhnitzer, Zaya Vizhnitzer. Bista Belzer, Zaya Belzer. Tovi Alecha Bracha. And the Nekuda here is that there's a Nekudas HaYechidish HaBenefesh that the Rebbe articulated, that the Jewish world is feeling and they're thirsty for it. And they feel that the iskashus to the Rebbe is iskashus to their own Yechidish HaBenefesh. The Rebbe is not a separate Rebbe, he's a Lubavitcher Rebbe, I'm going to become a Lubavitcher, I'm going to join some cult, and that's not what they're feeling. They're feeling that the Rebbe is representing the Yechidah of Klal Yisrael, that we need today more than ever, to connect to who we are as individuals and as a collective. And somehow the Rebbe's presence and his Torah and his teachings and his wisdom and his perspective and his Hashkafas Olam and his Avos Yisrael is transmitting that to the world. Ad hayom hazeh. Where is that coming from? You can't create this. I can't create it, and no PR apparatus can create this. They can create certain things, but there's a limit to what you could create. Hanach lehen li Yisrael. Im einam b'neviim meim, the Gemara says in Pesachim, b'nei neviim meim. I mean, that's how I see it. Maybe, I'm not seeing everything the way it is, but I think this is more or less true, what I'm saying. Yeah. It's a funny thing. When the Rebbe passed away, people said this is the end of the Chabad movement. They were so busy with the Rebbe, Mashiach. They're going to disintegrate. Within a few years, this whole movement shuts down. They even, I remember, sent to Crown Heights a bunch of psychologists to help the youth with therapy. Yeah. A whole group of psychologists. Yeah. Jewish and non-Jewish psychologists to handle the crisis. Yeah, I remember. There was a whole organization, someone who decided that he's an expert on the psychology of the world. There was a chassid who didn't have seichel. It was a chassid who meant well, but he didn't understand. Kivayachal. He didn't understand not chassidus and not the Rebbe. He just didn't understand. He thought that the Rebbe was another fad. There was another movement. There was another interesting fad. He didn't understand what chassidus is. He didn't understand what Torah is. He just didn't understand. If you don't learn chassidus, you can't understand the Rebbe. He thought the Rebbe was like this big, Superman. And Superman is gone, everybody's going to fall apart. He didn't understand. He didn't understand the whole yesod of what a Rebbe is, what Chassidus is, what Torah is, what Shulchan Aruch is, what Yiddishkeit is, whatever. It wasn't his fault. It was a Tinnik Shenishba. L'Paul, you see 30 years later, right? Out of nowhere, so Chabad did not disintegrate. It's probably the fastest growing movement in Judaism, if you want to use those words. Shluchim quadrupled. And equally, the Oid HaChassidus and the Oid of the Rebbe is reaching more and more, and there's more openness and more curiosity, etc. So what happened? It's the exact opposite of what everybody predicted. The answer is people were looking at the Rebbe and Lubavitch from a very superficial perspective. They were looking at it that they looked like at themselves. It was like some control thing. They have the CEO was very powerful and very charismatic, and he built all these companies, and now he's gone, and all the companies are going to disintegrate. Didn't understand that the whole metzius of the Rebbe was a channel for Elokus, Einoid Mulvad. And that the Oid of the Rebbe was essentially representing the Oid that exists in every soul and exists in the whole universe. And after the Rebbe's Istalkos, this Oid became more revealed, not less revealed. And because the Rebbe was articulating the Oid that this generation needs in the transition from Golus to Geula, the more the time passes, the more people are feeling how much they desperately yearn for it and need for it. And that's where they're gravitating to the Rebbe. And if you'll say, why the Rebbe? There was a lot of good, holy Jews, and it's true. But there's something, it's inexplicable. There's something that's speaking to them. Because that was the Rebbe. The Rebbe was chosen by Hashem to be a channel to articulate the Oir for the Jewish people, to bring them from Golus to Geula. However you want to spin it. And that's what people are feeling. And with all the crises that we have now, there's less sheker, there's more a search for emes, because the old stuff are not working for so many people. And the Jewish people are yearning for this emes that the Rebbe represents. This time of Avodas HaBerurim. This time of Avodas HaBerurim means that you can't, what I think is you can't get away anymore with the confusion. You can't get away with calling sheker emes and emes sheker. The Berurim were done. The only question is, do we have the courage to embrace who we really are? You cannot get away anymore with calling sheker emes and emes sheker. You can't. Before in this time of Avodas HaBerurim, it's mixed. This is sheker, this is emes, I don't know what's what. This time of Avodas HaBerurim means it's not a question, this is this is that. So what is the question? The question is, I have to choose. Am I ready to choose what is true? Or maybe I'm not. Oh, wow. It's a whole, I don't know that it's shredded. It's a different, in a way it's much easier, but in a way it's harder. It's easier because you don't have to do with birur. It's harder because it takes a lot of courage to be able to say, I don't need this anymore. I don't need the lies anymore. That's hard. We're so used to depending on lies that it's hard for me to say I don't need it anymore. It's very hard for people to say and see how good and beautiful and holy they are. In a way, there's something comforting in saying I'm not holy, I'm not good, I'm stupid, I'm a lowlife, I'm depressed, I'm anxious, I'm a shmata, I'm an idiot, I'm a chatzi rosha, I'm a ferd, I'm a behemoth. There's something nice about it. You know what I mean? Because if I'm a behemoth, what do you expect? To say I'm good, I'm sacred, I'm holy, I'm divine. Oh, whoa. Really? Now you're already putting yourself on a pedestal. The Rebbe's message was, Ani amarti Elokim atem uvnei Elyon kolchem. Achein ka'adam Tammusan. You decided that you have to be like a Tammusan, but Ani amarti Elokim atem uvnei Elyon kolchem. But it's very hard to say, you know what? I agree. That's the challenge of this time of Avodas HaBerurim. Before this time of Avodas HaBerurim, I don't know who I am. I'm this, I'm that. One day I'm good, one day I'm not good. This time of Avodas HaBerurim is not even a question. You just have to choose which, this is right, this is left. Now choose. But it's very hard to be able to say, you know what? I'm good. I'm happy. I'm blissful. I'm divine. I'm infinite. No turning back. Right? Lot's wife couldn't do that. They said, don't turn back. She turned back. What happens when you turn back? You become salty. Ani amarti elekim atem uvnei elyon kolchem. I want to turn back. It's very hard not to turn back. This is my whole life. What do you want me to say? Ani amarti elekim atem uvnei elyon. That was the hardest thing about the Rebbe's teachings. Go all the way. Believe that you're infinite. Don't turn back. Let's not push it. I have a lot of problems. I'm a low life. You're not a low life. You're not a low life. You're divine. The darkness that you have is there to transform. It takes a lot of courage to accept that. The Rebbe used to call it, he says, Medaf effenen nistayim avodas habirurim. And today the avodah is to effenen the oigen lekabolas pnei Mashiach tzedkenu. What does that mean? Open your eyes and be able to say, I fully accept the consciousness of Mashiach inside of me. It takes a lot of courage. I'm good, I'm powerful, I'm infinite, I'm holy. Wow, really? You? No, not me, sorry. I'm damaged. Oh, that feels good. I'm miserable. Oh, Baruch Hashem. I'm confused. Oh, Baruch Hashem. Sometimes I'm not confused. Okay, Baruch Hashem. I'm dark. I'm light. I'm crazy. I'm normal. Oh, that sounds good. No. It's very clear what's what. It's not confusing anymore. So what is confusing? Nothing. He said, open your eyes and see reality. And that's what that's exactly what we're dealing with. Yeah. Post-symptom to pre-symptom. In post-symptom, there's light and darkness work together. There's a cholent. Pre-symptom, there's no darkness mixed in. The darkness is a mission. The darkness is a journey. It's not an end in itself. The fusion between post-symptom and pre-symptom, that's the Rebbe. Verstehst? Nikarim divrei emes. Yeah. Das ist nicht meine Teures. This is not my Teures. This is nicht meine Chidusha. I wouldn't have the chutzpah or the audacity or the guts to say this. But I'm telling you what I had the schus to hear from the Rebbe. At least the way I understood it. The way I understand it. Maybe there's other interpretations. Could be. I'm telling you the way I understand it. L'chaim, the Eibishter soll geben that every single one of us should be able to experience this authentically, truthfully, Aniya Marti Elikim Atem Uvnei Elyon Kulchem. To be able to live this and breathe this and open ourselves up to it and then radiate it to our entire environment and our world. And to be able to see the ultimate culmination of Dira B'Tachtonim L'Saken Olam Malchus Shindal Yud. This was the Rebbe's ultimate tshuka and craving, his Samalach HaNafshi, to be able to see the Shechina Lamata Ba'aretz V'Nigle Kvoid Hashem V'Rochal Basa Yachtov Kipi Hashem Diber V'Sachazena Inenu. All of this Be'inayim Psarim, with Fleishe Ka'oigen, in a revealed way and a manifested way. L'chaim, 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 L'chaim. Die was davon machen a bracha achreina, wollen sicher machen a bracha achreina. If you have to make a bracha achreina, you'll make a bracha achreina.